scratching started as a distant, almost imperceptible sound that I initially dismissed as a minor inconvenience. I lived alone in a quaint, old house that seemed to settle and shift with the changing seasons. The walls creaked, the floors groaned, and I had grown accustomed to the quirks of my home. But this scratching, subtle and persistent, began to gnaw at my peace of mind. At first it was easy to ignore. The faint rustling, like the scurrying of a mouse or the gentle scraping of a branch against the wall, was just background noise. I told myself it was probably rodents finding their way into the attic or between the walls. I had read that old houses often played host to unwelcome guests of the vermin variety. One night, after the sound had persisted for several days, I found myself lying in bed, unable to sleep. The scratching was louder now, more deliberate. I sat up and listened, trying to discern its source. It seemed to be coming from the wall adjacent to my bed. My heartbeat quickened as the scratching grew more pronounced, almost rhythmic. I couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that there was something deliberate about it, as if whatever was making the noise knew I was there. Unable to ignore it any longer, I decided to investigate. I pressed my ear against the cold, wooden wall and closed my eyes, trying to block out everything except the sound. The scratching was accompanied by a new noise and irregular, labored breathing. It was as though someone or something was right on the other side of the wall, close enough to hear but just out of sight. I pulled away in a panic, my breath coming fast and shallow. My heart pounded in my chest as I fumbled for a flashlight. With trembling hands, I moved to the other side of the room and shone the light toward the wall. The beam danced across the surface, revealing nothing but the familiar patterns of faded wallpaper. I glanced around the room, expecting to see anything that would explain the sound, but found only the comforting, mundane surroundings of my bedroom. Sleep eluded me that night, and the scratching continued to intrude upon my thoughts. The next day, I called a pest control service to inspect the house. They arrived and conducted a thorough search, but found no evidence of rodents or other pests. They assured me that if there were any animals in the walls, they would have found signs of entry or nests. They left, and the scratching continued. Over the following days, the sounds grew more insistent. It seemed as if whatever was in the wall was moving closer, with the scratching growing louder and more desperate. I began to dread nighttime, knowing that the noise would return with the darkness. The breathing, too, had become more pronounced, more erratic, like a heavy, uneven panting. One particularly sleepless night, driven by a mixture of fear and curiosity, I decided to confront whatever was lurking. I located a small utility knife and carefully cut into the drywall of the wall, where the noise seemed to originate. The process was slow, and my hands shook as I worked, but finally, I peeled away a section of the wall, exposing the space between the studs. The cavity was dark and empty, save for a few dust bunnies and cobwebs. My flashlight's beam illuminated nothing more alarming than old insulation. My relief was short-lived, as the scratching started again, now coming from behind the exposed section of the wall. I turned the light off, trying to focus on the sounds, and the breathing was there, closer than ever. It was unmistakable now, a deep, throaty exhalation, followed by a sharp, scraping noise. I stumbled back from the wall, my mind racing. What could be making such a noise? What was it trying to communicate? I reinstalled the wall section, more hastily than before, and sat back on my bed, trembling. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me, waiting for me to make a move. The next day I sought help from a friend, someone with a background in home repairs and construction. He agreed to take a look and help me investigate further. Together we examined the wall and the surrounding areas, searching for clues. He suggested it might be a problem with the house's framing or insulation that we had overlooked. As we worked, my friend's flashlight illuminated a small, hidden compartment behind a section of the wall that had previously seemed solid. We pried it open, and the sight that greeted us was enough to make my blood run cold. Inside the compartment was a bundle of old, yellowed newspapers and a weathered leather-bound book. The book's cover was adorned with strange symbols and an inscription that I couldn't decipher. My friend's curiosity was piqued, but I couldn't bring myself to touch the book. The scratching and breathing had stopped for now, but the feeling of dread was overwhelming. We decided to consult a local historian about the book. After some research, we learned that the symbols were associated with ancient rituals and the occult. It was a chilling revelation, and the historian warned us that tampering with such things could have dangerous consequences. That night, as I lay in bed, the scratching returned with a renewed intensity. It was as though whatever was behind the wall was trying to escape, to reach out. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead, my pulse racing with fear. The breathing, too, had become louder and more frantic, as if in response to my discovery. I realized then that whatever was in the walls might not be something that could be easily explained or removed. The old house had its secrets, and some of them were better left undisturbed. I had a choice to make: to continue searching for answers and risk provoking whatever was hidden, or to accept the unsettling truth and live with the knowledge that something dark and inexplicable was lurking just beyond the surface of my home. Story 2. Every night at exactly midnight, my phone rings. The sound of the ringtone slicing through the silence of the night has become a disturbing routine. At first, I tried to ignore it, assuming it was some sort of wrong number or a glitch in the system. But as days turned into weeks, and the midnight calls continued without fail, my anxiety grew. I'd lie in bed, staring at the clock as the seconds ticked away, my heart racing with each approaching minute. The ringtone, a generic chime that had once been soothing, now sounded like a sinister herald of dread. I had no idea who was calling or why, but the mystery gnawed at me, a relentless shadow in my life. One particularly dark night, sleep eluded me. The air in my room was stifling, and the darkness seemed thicker than usual, pressing in from all sides. As the clock struck 12, the familiar ringtone shattered the silence, and I knew what was coming. I lay still for a moment, torn between fear and the overwhelming curiosity that had built up over the weeks. Finally, my curiosity won out. I reached for the phone, feeling a cold sweat break out on my forehead. The screen was illuminated by the caller ID, which displayed nothing but a string of random numbers. With trembling fingers, I answered the call. The line crackled, and for a few seconds there was nothing but static. Then, a whisper, so soft and chilling, came through the receiver. "I know what you did." The words were barely audible, but their effect was immediate. My blood ran cold, and my grip on the phone slackened. I fumbled to hang up, my fingers slipping on the screen, and when I finally managed to disconnect the call, I was left staring at the blank screen, my mind racing. Who could it be? The whisper had carried a sinister edge, a knowing tone that chilled me to the core. I thought back over my recent actions, trying to decipher if I had done something that could have warranted such a threat. The only thing that came to mind was a minor argument with a colleague at work, something so insignificant that it seemed impossible it could be the reason for this terror. But the whisper had been so direct, so unnervingly personal. The days following the call were filled with a growing sense of paranoia. I found myself looking over my shoulder more often, my nerves frayed. I started to avoid taking late-night calls or answering unknown numbers. Each time my phone rang, my heart would skip a beat, only to calm when I saw the familiar list of contacts or a known number on the screen. But the midnight calls continued, each one just as unsettling as the last. Desperate to find some sense of normalcy, I reached out to the phone company, hoping they could trace the calls or at least offer some explanation. After several attempts and countless assurances that they were looking into it, they could offer no help. The calls seemed to be coming from an untraceable source, and their repeated reassurances did little to calm my growing sense of dread. As the nights wore on, my anxiety grew. I avoided answering the phone, but the calls persisted, relentless and unforgiving. I stopped answering calls altogether, letting the phone ring through the night. I could no longer sleep properly, dreading the chime that signaled the start of each new day of torment. The whisper from that first call haunted me, replaying in my mind with increasing intensity. I tried to ignore the fear, to carry on with my life, but it was impossible. Every time the phone rang, the fear returned. I felt trapped in a cycle of dread and paranoia, unable to escape the shadow of that whispering voice. One night, driven to desperation, I decided to confront whatever was behind the calls. I waited in the darkness, my heart pounding as the clock approached midnight. When the phone rang, I answered immediately, holding the receiver tightly as if it were a lifeline. The line was silent for what felt like an eternity, and then the whisper came through again, just as chilling as before. "I know what you did." This time, however, something was different. I felt a strange sense of clarity, as if the words were not just a threat but a message meant to reveal something. I took a deep breath and responded, my voice trembling but determined. "What do you want from me? Who are you?" The line went dead. The silence was almost more terrifying than the whisper itself. I waited, hoping for some explanation or sign, but the call was over. I was left with nothing but the eerie silence and the haunting words echoing in my mind. The next day I went to the police, reporting the calls and the disturbing message. They were sympathetic but unable to offer much help. It was as if the calls existed in a realm beyond their reach, an enigma that defied explanation. The calls eventually stopped, but the experience left a mark on me. I never found out who was behind them or what they truly wanted. The midnight chimes that had once been a source of terror faded away, but the memory of that chilling whisper lingered. It served as a constant reminder that sometimes the most unsettling things in life are not the visible threats we can confront, but the unseen fears that lie just beyond our grasp. Story 3. The neighbor's basement light flickered intermittently, casting erratic shadows on the walls of my own home. It was a subtle, almost imperceptible disturbance, but one that became increasingly hard to ignore. My curiosity, initially sparked by the light's inconsistency, soon turned to something more unsettling when I noticed unusual activities around my neighbor's house. It was late in the evening when I first saw him, Thomas, a middle-aged man with a solemn demeanor and an almost unsettlingly calm presence. He was dragging a large, heavy object from his basement. The basement, as far as I knew, was accessible only through a small, unobtrusive door at the back of his house. The sight of him struggling with the weight of the object, which was obscured by a dark, tarpaulin-like cover, sent a shiver down my spine. It was clear that whatever was under that cover was far heavier than anything one would typically handle alone. I tried to keep my distance, making sure not to draw attention to myself as I watched from behind the trees lining the edge of my yard. The night was silent, except for the occasional creaking of the wooden floorboards beneath Thomas's heavy footsteps. I watched him move methodically, almost mechanically, as he loaded the object into the trunk of his old, battered sedan. The flickering basement light seemed to dance more wildly now, casting eerie patterns on the surrounding walls. When he finally got into his car and drove off, I was left standing in the dark, my mind racing with unsettling possibilities. What could he possibly be transporting at this hour? My thoughts were a chaotic mess of fear and curiosity. Driven by a need to understand what I had just witnessed, I decided to follow him discreetly. It wasn't long before we reached the outskirts of town, where Thomas pulled over to an isolated stretch of land. I kept my distance as he got out of the car, carefully opening the trunk and retrieving the heavy object. Under the pale light of the moon, I could see that he was carrying what appeared to be a large, rectangular container. He moved with a practiced ease, like someone who had done this many times before. My heart raced as I watched him struggle with the container, dragging it towards a newly dug hole in his backyard. The hole was deep and ominous, a gaping void in the earth that seemed to swallow up the surrounding light. Thomas worked swiftly, his movements deliberate and urgent. He opened the container, revealing what looked like a bundle wrapped in what appeared to be heavy-duty plastic sheeting. With a mix of dread and grim fascination, I realized what he was burying was not just an object but something far more sinister. As he lowered the bundle into the hole, I felt a cold wave of nausea wash over me. The plastic sheeting, stained and smeared, was unmistakably stained with what I hoped was not blood. Thomas's calm demeanor contrasted sharply with the horror of his actions. He worked methodically, covering the bundle with dirt and patting it down with grim efficiency. My mind reeled as I processed the horrifying scene before me. Was Thomas a murderer? Had I just witnessed him disposing of a body? The thought was unbearable. I had to remind myself to stay hidden, keeping my presence undetected. As the final shovelful of dirt was placed over the hole, Thomas stood up and surveyed his work with a strange satisfaction, as if the act of burying his secret had somehow cleansed him of it. I waited until he left before approaching the grave site. The ground was freshly disturbed, the soil uneven and unevenly packed. The sight of the makeshift grave was almost surreal. My hands trembled as I considered the gravity of what I had discovered. I knew that I had to report this to the authorities, but the fear of what might happen if Thomas realized I had witnessed his crime held me back. The next morning, I contacted the local police. The conversation was fraught with hesitation as I recounted the events of the previous night. I told them everything I had seen, leaving out only my personal fears and doubts. They listened carefully, their professional demeanor masking any reactions to the disturbing information. I was advised to stay put and not confront Thomas directly. The police arrived at Thomas's house later that day, their presence marked by the flashing lights of their cruisers. I watched from my window as they questioned him, their expressions unreadable. They conducted a search of his backyard, their activity drawing curious onlookers from the neighborhood. I felt a pang of guilt as the realization dawned that my suspicions had led to a full-scale investigation that would undoubtedly disrupt the lives of many. Hours later, the police announced that they had found evidence supporting my claims. The backyard was cordoned off as forensic teams worked to uncover the grim contents of the grave. Thomas was taken into custody, his expression unreadable as he was led away in handcuffs. The once tranquil neighborhood was now a scene of police activity and intense speculation. As the days passed, the investigation revealed the full extent of Thomas's crimes. It turned out that he had been hiding the bodies of victims who had fallen prey to his violent tendencies. The discovery sent shockwaves through the community, leaving many to grapple with the horror that had lurked so close to home. I felt a mix of relief and sorrow, knowing that justice had been served, but haunted by the memories of what I had witnessed. The flickering basement light, once a minor irritation, had become a symbol of the darkness that had unfolded in my own backyard. The neighbor's secret was out, but the shadows it cast would linger for a long time. Story 4. When I first laid eyes on the apartment building, it seemed like the perfect place to start fresh. The ancient structure had a faded charm with its brick facade and tall, narrow windows. The landlord, a gaunt man with a distant gaze, assured me the apartment had been vacant for years, but it was in excellent condition. I took his word for it, intrigued by the low rent and the building's old-world allure. The apartment itself was a relic from a bygone era. The floors creaked with every step, and the walls bore the scars of time with their peeling wallpaper. The kitchen was small but functional, and the bathroom was a vintage masterpiece with a clawfoot tub. Despite its age, the place had a unique character that made it feel oddly comforting. The first night, however, shattered the initial sense of comfort. As I settled into bed, the building was eerily silent. The only sound was the occasional groan of settling wood, which I tried to dismiss as normal creaks. But as the clock ticked towards midnight, a soft, muffled cry pierced through the quiet. I sat up in bed, straining to identify the source of the sound. It seemed to come from the old elevator shaft. Curiosity got the better of me. I grabbed a flashlight and made my way to the elevator shaft, which had long been out of service. The elevator doors were sealed shut with a rusty metal plate, but there was an old, worn-out maintenance door beside them. It wasn't locked. I pried open the door and shone my flashlight down the dark, narrow space. The shaft was a vertical void, stretching down into darkness. The cries grew louder, a chilling mix of desperation and sorrow. I hesitated but felt compelled to investigate. As I descended carefully, the air grew colder and more oppressive. The flashlight's beam flickered against the damp, grimy walls. When I reached what I estimated to be the bottom of the shaft, the cries stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was heavy and unsettling. I found myself in a small, forgotten room. The space was barely large enough for me to stand, and it was barely illuminated by the weak beam of my flashlight. The walls were covered in disturbing messages scratched into the decaying plaster. The words were jagged and uneven, as if they had been etched in a desperate frenzy. The messages were a mix of incoherent ramblings and chilling declarations. Phrases like "they are coming for me, no escape," and "the key is buried" were scrawled across the walls. Some messages seemed like a plea for help, while others hinted at something more sinister. The more I read, the more a cold sweat formed on my brow. In one corner of the room there was a small, dusty box. It looked old and out of place. I approached it cautiously, the flashlight trembling in my hand. When I opened the box, I found a collection of old photographs and handwritten notes. The photographs depicted people I didn't recognize, some with fearful expressions, others in what seemed like happier times. One of the notes was particularly disturbing. It was a diary entry dated several decades ago, describing a series of unsettling events that had taken place in the building. The writer spoke of an unknown entity that haunted the residents, causing madness and despair. The final entry was a frantic plea for someone to find the key and stop the horror. I tried to piece together the fragmented stories, but the more I uncovered, the more my sense of dread grew. The room felt like a tomb for the suffering that had occurred within its walls. I knew I needed to leave before whatever force had trapped those cries in the darkness made its presence known to me. As I climbed back up the elevator shaft, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The shadows seemed to move with an unsettling intelligence, and the cries, though faint, seemed to echo in my ears. When I finally emerged into the apartment, I slammed the maintenance door shut and leaned against it, panting. The next day, I confronted the landlord. I demanded to know about the room I had found and the strange messages on the walls. His face went ashen, and he hesitated before admitting that there had been rumors of strange occurrences in the building decades ago. He claimed the room had been sealed off after a series of unexplained disappearances, and that he had been instructed to keep it hidden from future tenants. Despite his reassurances, I couldn't stay in the apartment. The building's charm had been replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread. I packed my belongings and left, my mind haunted by the cries I had heard and the chilling messages I had uncovered. Even now, as I recount this experience, I find it hard to shake the feeling that something malevolent still lingers within those walls. The old apartment building remains vacant, a dark secret hidden behind its faded brick exterior. The cries and messages are a reminder of the darkness that can lurk beneath the surface, waiting for someone to uncover its forgotten horrors. Story 5. The house was quiet except for the faint hum of the refrigerator and the occasional creak of the old floorboards. I glanced around, making sure everything was in place for the night ahead. The Wilsons had gone out for dinner, leaving me in charge of their 2 kids, Jamie and Lily. They were tucked in their beds, their soft snores the only sounds breaking the silence. As I settled into the living room with a book and the TV turned down low, I felt a sense of calm. Babysitting was usually straightforward, and I enjoyed the rare moments of solitude. Just as I was getting comfortable, my phone buzzed. I glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from Mr. Wilson. I answered, trying to keep my tone cheerful. "Hello, Mr. Wilson." "Hi there," his voice crackled through the speaker. "We're running a bit late, probably another half hour. Is everything okay?" "Everything's fine," I assured him. "Jamie and Lily are asleep, and I'm just relaxing." Good, he replied. "Sorry again for the delay. We'll be home as soon as we can. Thanks for your patience." "Don't worry about it," I said, ending the call. I set my phone down and picked up my book, eager to get lost in its pages. The minutes ticked by slowly, and I was beginning to lose track of time when my phone rang again. This time, the caller ID showed an unknown number. I hesitated before answering, wondering if it was some sort of telemarketer or a wrong number. When I picked up, a deep, gravelly voice came through the receiver. "I'm watching you from the dark." My heart skipped a beat, and I immediately looked around the room, half expecting someone to be lurking in the shadows. The voice had been chilling, and I felt a shiver run down my spine. Trying to stay calm, I responded. "Who is this? What do you want?" There was a pause on the other end, and then the line went dead. I stared at my phone, confused and unnerved. I tried calling the number back, but it went straight to voicemail. My mind raced through possible explanations. Maybe it was a prank call, or perhaps someone had dialed the wrong number. I quickly dismissed the idea of it being a prank. The voice had sounded too sinister for that. Deciding not to let it rattle me, I went back to my book, though my concentration was shot. The dark corners of the house seemed more menacing, and every little noise made me jump. I checked the time on my phone and realized the Wilsons should be home soon. I just needed to make it through a few more minutes. The phone rang again. This time it was Mr. Wilson calling back. I answered immediately, relief flooding through me. "Hi, Mr. Wilson," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Hey, sorry about that. We had to stop for gas. We're about 15 minutes away now." "Okay, great. See you soon." After hanging up, I paced around the living room, my nerves on edge. The earlier call had left me feeling uneasy, and the house, once so familiar, now felt unsettling. I decided to check on Jamie and Lily again, making sure they were still sound asleep. Their rooms were just as I'd left them, the kids nestled under their blankets, breathing softly. I went back downstairs, determined to stay occupied. I put on the TV, hoping some noise would help drown out my anxiety. I tried to focus on the program, but every creak of the house made me jump. The phone call kept replaying in my mind, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. As the minutes dragged on, I heard a faint noise coming from the front of the house. It sounded like the door opening. My heart raced as I approached the front door, only to find it slightly ajar. Panic surged through me. I was certain I had closed it earlier. I pushed the door open cautiously and stepped outside, looking around for any sign of the Wilsons or anything suspicious. The driveway was empty, and the street was quiet. I went back inside and checked the rest of the house. Everything seemed in place, but the sense of dread was overwhelming. I dialed Mr. Wilson's number again, but this time it went straight to voicemail. I left a brief message, telling him that the front door was open and asking him to call me back as soon as possible. Minutes felt like hours as I waited, my mind racing. Just when I was about to call 911, I heard the sound of a car pulling into the driveway. Relief washed over me as the Wilsons' car came into view. They hurried inside, their faces etched with worry. "Are you okay?" Mr. Wilson asked as he rushed into the house. "I think so," I replied, trying to steady my voice. But the front door was open, and I got a creepy phone call earlier. "I'm really scared." Mrs. Wilson's face went pale as she listened. "We should call the police. This doesn't sound right." They immediately called the authorities, and within minutes, the police arrived. They checked the house thoroughly and reassured us that there was no immediate danger. The officers suggested that someone might have been trying to scare me, or that it was just a random prank. They took a report and promised to keep an eye out for any suspicious activity in the area. The Wilsons were very grateful for my vigilance, and they offered to drive me home. I accepted, feeling both relieved and exhausted. As I left their house, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been watching me, but I was thankful that nothing worse had happened. In the days that followed, I tried to put the incident out of my mind, but the memory lingered. Every time I received an unknown call, my heart would race, and I would wonder if it was someone from that night. I never found out who made the call or why they targeted me, but the experience left me with a heightened sense of caution and an awareness of just how vulnerable we can sometimes be. Story 6. The asylum had always been a place shrouded in an unsettling quiet, its old brick walls holding secrets that seemed to whisper through the halls. The air was heavy with the scent of disinfectant, and something else I couldn't quite place, something musty and ancient. It had been my home for nearly a decade, a place where the staff's faces became familiar and the routines as predictable as the changing seasons. But that predictability was shattered one evening when I stumbled upon a mystery I had never anticipated. It started as a routine night shift. The twilight cast long shadows through the narrow, barred windows of the ward, and the dim lighting made everything look draped in a sepia tone. The asylum was quiet, except for the occasional shuffle of feet or the distant murmur of a patient speaking to no one. I was making my rounds, checking on the patients, ensuring that everyone was safe and accounted for, when I came across something peculiar in the records room. The patient log was a mess of outdated entries, scribbled notes, and yellowing pages. Among the names and dates, one entry caught my eye: Thomas Mitchell, missing since 1983. The name was listed among others who had either been discharged or passed away, but unlike the rest, there was no further information about Thomas Mitchell's fate. It struck me as odd, not only because it was so old, but also because it was listed in the midst of more recent records. Curiosity piqued. I decided to investigate further. I asked the night staff if they remembered any details about Thomas Mitchell, but most shrugged it off, claiming it was from a bygone era they had no connection to. However, one of the older nurses, Mrs. Henderson, mentioned a vague memory of a missing patient from years ago, but she couldn't provide much detail. That evening, I found myself wandering the quieter, more neglected wings of the asylum, an area where few ventured. The atmosphere changed the deeper I went. Dust clung to the air, and the silence grew more oppressive. The doors were heavy, and the locks on some of them looked rusted and ancient. As I passed one particularly old door, something stopped me. There was a soft, almost imperceptible noise like a muffled plea. My heart quickened. I had to know if the sound was real or just my imagination. I pressed my ear to the door and heard it again, a faint, desperate whispering. I hesitated only for a moment before I fumbled with the rusty key I had found in a forgotten drawer earlier. The key turned with a groan, and as the door creaked open, I was met with a sight that made my blood run cold. Inside was a small, dilapidated room, its walls stained with age and neglect. In the center of the room, sitting on a threadbare mattress, was a man who looked as though he had stepped out of a ghost story. His clothes were ragged, and his face was gaunt, but his eyes, those were the most haunting of all. They were wide with fear and pleading. "Please," he croaked, his voice barely a whisper, "don't let them take me again." I was taken aback. "Who are they?" I asked, though I felt a shiver run down my spine. The man's eyes darted around the room as though expecting shadows to materialize into something more sinister. He started, but his voice faltered. "They're the ones who did this to me. They make me disappear." His response was chilling. "Did what to you?" I pressed, feeling a mix of dread and concern. "They took me from my home," he said, his gaze fixed on a corner of the room, as if he could see something invisible. "They kept me here. They said I was dangerous, that I was sick, but I'm not. I was normal before they." His voice trailed off, and he began to tremble. I wanted to reach out, comfort him, but I hesitated, unsure of how to handle the situation. "We need to get you out of here," I said, trying to sound reassuring. "I'll make sure you're safe. I'll get help." "No," he suddenly shouted, his fear turning into panic. "You can't. If they know I'm here, they'll come for me. They'll come." I placed a calming hand on his shoulder. "I promise I'll protect you, but I need you to trust me." His eyes searched mine, and for a moment I saw a flicker of hope in them. He nodded weakly. I moved quickly, notifying the authorities and the asylum's management about the discovery. But as I relayed the details, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was deeply wrong. When the authorities arrived, the room was empty. Thomas Mitchell was gone, and the only trace of his presence was the faint impression left on the mattress. The officials dismissed my claims, attributing it to stress and imagination. They said there were no records of Thomas Mitchell ever being found. I was left with unanswered questions and a gnawing sense of unease. The asylum resumed its eerie quiet, but I was forever changed. I couldn't let go of the memory of that desperate plea or the shadows of fear that had haunted his eyes. The mystery of Thomas Mitchell and the enigmatic they who had taken him remained unsolved, a dark secret buried within the walls of the asylum. Story 7. The tranquility of my solitary home was something I cherished deeply. Living alone had its own charm, an almost meditative solitude that I found incredibly soothing. My days were a steady rhythm of peaceful routines, reading in the afternoon light, tending to my garden, and enjoying the quiet of my home. It was a life I had carefully crafted for myself, where every noise was a known and welcome sound. One evening, however, that peace was disrupted. I was curled up on the couch with a book, the soft hum of the heater in the background, and the occasional rustle of the pages the only sounds breaking the silence. The doorbell rang. It wasn't the casual, single ring that usually signaled a visitor. No, this was a series of sharp, insistent rings one after another, almost as if the person on the other side was impatient or frantic. I set my book aside and went to the door, hoping it was just a neighbor needing a quick favor or perhaps a delivery I wasn't expecting. I opened the door to find nothing but the darkened porch. The streetlights cast long shadows, but the front yard was empty. I frowned and checked the space around the door, but there was no sign of anyone. Perhaps a prank, I thought, or maybe a malfunctioning doorbell. I started to close the door when the ringing began again. The same relentless, repetitive sound. I jumped back, startled. It was as if someone was standing just outside, ringing the bell with a strange insistence. I opened the door once more, but again, the porch was vacant. I peered out into the dimly lit street, scanning for any sign of movement, but there was nothing. The doorbell rang again. This time the sound seemed different, closer. I could feel a slight vibration through the door, as if the bell's sound was resonating through the very structure of my house. I felt a shiver crawl up my spine, but I forced myself to stay calm. Maybe it was a problem with the bell itself, a short circuit or some kind of electrical issue. I closed the door and returned to my living room, trying to push away the unease that had settled over me. I resumed my place on the couch and attempted to read, but the persistent sound of the bell was like an intrusive echo in my mind. Each time I thought it had stopped, it would start again, and it was becoming more frequent. I decided to check the front door again. With each ring, it felt as if the sound was creeping closer, making its way towards the interior of my home. I walked with deliberate steps, trying to steady my breathing. When I opened the door this time, I expected to find nothing as before. Instead, the sound was more distinct, more unsettling. I went back inside and locked the door, deciding to check the back of the house. My footsteps echoed in the empty rooms as I moved through the house, checking the back door and windows. Everything seemed secure, but the ringing persisted, louder now and much closer. It seemed to be coming from within the house itself. The doorbell's sound was no longer just a noise, but a haunting, repetitive call that seemed to follow me. It was as if someone or something was moving through the house, deliberately drawing closer to where I stood. I moved cautiously through each room, my heart racing, and checked every corner, every shadow, but there was no one. By now, I was seriously unnerved. I decided to call the police, but as I picked up the phone, the ringing stopped abruptly. A deep silence fell over the house. I hesitated, then dialed the number. As I spoke to the dispatcher, explaining the situation, the doorbell rang again, cutting into our conversation with its unsettling chime. The dispatcher assured me that help was on the way, but as I waited, the ringing grew sporadic, almost as if someone was testing my nerves. It was no longer a continuous sound, but a pattern, a rhythm that seemed to taunt me. I paced the house, my eyes darting around, waiting for the sound to return. When the police arrived, they found nothing unusual. They checked the exterior of the house, the doorbell system, and even the nearby surroundings. Everything appeared normal. They assured me it was likely a prank or a malfunction, but I could see the concern in their eyes, mirroring my own anxiety. As they left, the doorbell rang once more. This time it was faint, almost distant, as if retreating. I stood by the door, watching the darkened street, and finally it stopped altogether. The silence that followed was almost as disquieting as the noise had been. I couldn't sleep that night. The eerie sense of being watched, the unsettling rhythm of the doorbell, and the oppressive silence left me on edge. I spent the night wandering through my home, checking every lock and making sure every window was secured. The peace I once relished was now a distant memory, replaced by an unsettling tension. In the days that followed, the doorbell's disturbance never recurred. The house returned to its familiar quiet, but the unease lingered. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had come too close, brushed against the edges of my carefully curated solitude, and then disappeared, leaving behind a whisper of unease that would take time to fade. Story 8. When I inherited the family estate, I thought I was simply gaining a grand old house and some old furniture. The estate had been in the family for generations, passed down through a line of people who, for the most part, had left the property and its contents shrouded in a veneer of mystery. My great-uncle, who had lived there alone for years before his death, had never been one for social visits or letters, so the house was a distant curiosity rather than a part of my everyday life. opportunity arose to claim the estate, I took it, not quite understanding what I was getting into. The first few weeks in the house were idyllic. The grand hallways, the aged oak paneling, and the intricate woodwork provided a certain charm that made me feel as though I had stepped back in time. The house, with its tall windows and sweeping staircases, had an almost cinematic quality to it. But it wasn't long before the enchantment started to give way to something darker. The first sign of trouble came when I discovered a dusty old diary in the attic. Its leather cover was cracked and worn, and its pages were yellowed with age. Curious, I thumbed through it, and soon realized that it belonged to my great-uncle, though it was written in a shaky, almost frantic script. The entry started innocuously enough, with mentions of daily life and mundane observations. However, as I turned the pages, the entries grew more erratic and unsettling. My great-uncle wrote about a series of experiments he was conducting in the basement of the house. The details were sparse, but disturbing phrases like surgical precision, unearthly results, and pushing the boundaries of human endurance were repeated with increasing frequency. I was struck by a sense of dread as I read about his obsession with life and death, the way his notes hinted at experiments that were beyond the pale of conventional science. One entry in particular caught my attention. It was dated only a few months before his death and was hastily scribbled, almost as though written in a fevered state. The subjects are uncooperative, it read. Their resistance is growing. I need to accelerate the process. Time is running out. Soon I'll have a breakthrough, or I'll be next. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was profoundly wrong. The diary was one thing, but my great-uncle had left another legacy, the basement. When I finally ventured down there, I found it to be a labyrinth of shadowy corners and old equipment covered in cobwebs. The air was thick and musty, and the floor was uneven, with cracks running through the old tiles. The basement was partitioned into several rooms, each filled with strange apparatuses. There were glass jars containing preserved organs, some of which appeared disturbingly fresh, despite the time that had passed. A large metal table in the center of one room was covered in rusted straps and implements that looked like they belonged in a medieval torture chamber. The walls were adorned with faded charts and diagrams, their contents indecipherable, but clearly intended for some form of scientific study or madness. As I moved deeper into the basement, I stumbled upon a recent note pinned to the wall with a rusty tack. It was written in the same erratic hand as the diary. "You're next," it said. My heart pounded in my chest as I read those words. It was as though my great-uncle's final, desperate warning had somehow transcended time to reach me. The chilling realization that I might be in danger sent a shiver down my spine. I hurried out of the basement, my mind racing. What had my great-uncle been trying to accomplish? And why had he left such a clear threat? The more I thought about it, the more I became convinced that there was something deeply wrong with the experiments he had conducted. The preserved organs and the grotesque apparatuses suggested a macabre and twisted pursuit of knowledge, one that was far beyond the bounds of conventional science. I needed to understand more, so I started to research my great-uncle's work and history. I delved into archives, spoke to local historians, and even reached out to experts in fields related to his experiments. What I discovered was both horrifying and enlightening. It seemed my great-uncle had been attempting to discover the secret to immortality, or at least to prolong life beyond natural limits. His methods, however, had been brutal and inhumane, involving the suffering of unwilling subjects. The more I learned, the clearer it became that his obsession had consumed him. His experiments had driven him to madness, and the note in the basement seemed to be a final, deranged attempt to continue his work through me. It was as though he was reaching across time to ensure that his legacy would live on, even if it meant dragging someone else into his dark world. Despite the fear gnawing at my sanity, I knew I had to act. I couldn't let the legacy of my great-uncle's madness continue. I contacted authorities, and with their help, we began to dismantle the remnants of his horrific experiments. The basement was sealed, and the equipment was cataloged and removed. I was left with the unsettling knowledge that I had narrowly escaped becoming part of a macabre legacy that stretched far beyond my comprehension. The house, once a grand symbol of familial pride, now stands as a somber reminder of the dangers that can lurk behind the most innocent facades. Though I've managed to preserve the house as a historical site, I am constantly haunted by the memory of those dark days. My great-uncle's experiments have left an indelible mark on my life, and though I've tried to move on, the echo of that final note lingers in my thoughts, a chilling reminder of the darkness that can lie hidden even in the most venerable of places. Story 9. For days, an unfamiliar phone number had been appearing on my caller ID. The calls came at odd hours, interrupting my sleep and disrupting my work. Each time I answered, there was only silence on the other end, and a deepening sense of unease began to settle in. My friends and family reassured me it was probably just a telemarketer or a wrong number, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. One evening, as I was sitting on my couch, reading a book, my phone rang again. The number was the same as before. I hesitated, then decided to answer, hoping to finally put an end to the mystery. The line clicked, and I heard a strange, distorted noise before a familiar sound began to play my own voice, speaking in a tone that was both calm and unnervingly cold. "I'm in your house," the recording said. My heart stopped. I looked around my living room, where I was alone. The lamp on the side table cast warm, comforting light, but it suddenly seemed inadequate against the growing chill in the air. My palms grew clammy as I set the phone down and slowly got up from the couch. The words from the recording echoed in my mind. I could almost hear my own voice again, saying those words in a way that made my skin crawl. I moved through the house, my steps cautious and deliberate. I started with the kitchen, where I checked behind the refrigerator, the pantry, and under the sink. Everything was in its place. I glanced around the dining room, noting the stillness of the space. The house seemed too quiet, and each creak of the floorboards under my feet felt louder than usual. Next, I moved to the bedrooms. The door to the guest room was slightly ajar, and I pushed it open, shining a flashlight into the darkened space. There was nothing out of the ordinary, just the neatly made bed and a few scattered books. I continued to my bedroom, checking under the bed and in the closet. The clothes hung neatly on their hangers, and the shoes were lined up in their place. I reached the bathroom last. The small, enclosed space felt even more claustrophobic in the dim light. I opened the shower curtain, peering into the empty tub, and looked behind the door. My reflection in the mirror was pale and tense, and I blinked at the image of myself, feeling an odd sense of detachment. With each room I checked, the feeling of dread grew heavier. It was as though the house itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I sat down in the living room again, trying to steady my breathing. The unsettling thought of the recording echoed in my mind. Someone had somehow gotten a recording of my voice and used it to frighten me. I couldn't shake the thought that perhaps someone had been in my house. The idea was terrifying, and I started to question whether there might be another explanation. Was it possible that I had forgotten something, or that my imagination had run wild? But the fear was too real, the recording too chilling. I decided to call the police, though part of me wondered if they'd think I was overreacting. The officer who answered my call was patient and understanding. He promised to send a patrol car to check around my area. I thanked him, though I knew deep down that it might not do much to alleviate my fear. I could only hope that the presence of a patrol car would offer some measure of reassurance. As I waited, I tried to distract myself by turning on the television and flipping through channels. The flickering light from the screen and the hum of the air conditioner did little to comfort me. I kept glancing at the front door, half expecting it to creak open at any moment. The patrol car arrived about 20 minutes later. The two officers who stepped out were professional but sympathetic. They did a thorough check of the outside of the house and the surrounding area, but they didn't find anything unusual. They reassured me that it was likely a prank, but they took the recording seriously and promised to keep an eye on the area. When they left, I felt a fleeting sense of relief, but it was quickly overshadowed by the nagging worry that lingered in the back of my mind. I knew I couldn't stay in the house alone that night, so I decided to stay at a friend's place. I grabbed a few essentials and locked up, making sure every door and window was secure. At my friend's house, I tried to relax, but sleep was elusive. The eerie feeling that had settled over me earlier persisted, and every little noise made me jump. I couldn't stop thinking about the recording and the possibility that someone had been watching me, or worse, had been inside my home. By morning, the terror had turned into exhaustion. I tried to put on a brave face when I returned home, but the house felt different, less like a sanctuary and more like a place where something had gone terribly wrong. I couldn't shake the feeling that the house was now somehow tainted by the unsettling presence of the recording. As the days went by, the calls stopped, and the sense of fear gradually faded, though the memory of that night lingered. I made changes to my home security and stayed more vigilant, hoping that the strange incident would remain a haunting but isolated event. Yet, every now and then, when the phone rings and I see an unfamiliar number, a shiver runs down my spine, and I can't help but wonder if the fear might return. Story 10. Cleaning out my attic was an arduous task, one I had postponed for years. It wasn't until a burst pipe in the basement had sent water cascading through the house, forcing me to temporarily move everything into the attic, that I decided it was time to face the clutter. As I sifted through dusty boxes and forgotten trinkets, my gaze fell upon an old wooden chest. Its brass hinges were tarnished, and a thick layer of dust covered its surface, but something about it piqued my curiosity. I pried open the lid, and was immediately hit with the musty scent of aged fabric and paper. Inside the chest lay a collection of various old toys and keepsakes. The most striking of these was an antique doll. Its face was remarkably lifelike, with glassy eyes that seemed to follow me as I moved. The doll's features were both captivating and eerie. It wore a faded, frilly dress that had seen better days, and its once curly hair was now matted and tangled. Despite its age and the state of disrepair, there was something disturbingly vivid about the doll's presence. I couldn't quite place it, but a shiver ran down my spine as I set the doll aside. That night, after a day of sorting through boxes and packing away old memories, I was exhausted. I crawled into bed, hoping for a restful sleep. The house was unusually quiet, with only the occasional creak of settling wood breaking the silence. I drifted off quickly, my mind wandering through the day's tasks and the odd discovery of the doll. But sleep did not come easily. I awoke suddenly, disoriented and sweating. A sound had jolted me from my slumber, a faint, rhythmic patter of footsteps. My heart raced as I listened intently. The sound was coming from somewhere in the house, but it was so soft that it could have been my imagination. I tried to convince myself it was just the house settling or the wind, but the unease persisted. I decided to investigate. I slipped out of bed, careful not to make a sound, and crept through the darkened hallway. The house was still, save for that persistent, unsettling noise. I checked the rooms one by one, each time finding nothing amiss. The footsteps continued, but they seemed to be moving further away each time I approached their source. When I reached the guest room, I was taken aback. There, in the center of the room, stood the doll. I was sure I had left it in the attic, but here it was, placed meticulously on a chair, its eyes locked on me with that unnerving intensity. I picked it up, trying to steady my trembling hands, and carried it back to the attic, setting it down in the chest where I had found it. Returning to bed, I tried to push away the creeping fear. I told myself it was just an old doll, nothing more than a relic of the past. But sleep eluded me, and every creak of the house seemed amplified, every shadow more menacing. The footsteps continued, seeming to grow louder and more erratic. Eventually, exhaustion overcame me again, and I drifted back into a restless slumber. Morning light crept into my room, and I awoke with a start. The events of the previous night felt like a half-remembered nightmare, but the unease lingered. I went about my day, attempting to dismiss the events as the product of overactive imagination. Later that day, I returned to the attic to continue sorting through the boxes. As I approached the old chest, I was struck by an odd sense of dread. I opened the lid slowly and, to my horror, found the doll sitting at the top, staring directly at me. My heart raced as I tried to rationalize the situation. Had I not placed it back in the chest? Or was it possible that someone had been in the house, moving things around? Determined to find an explanation, I checked the entire house again. Everything seemed in order, and there was no sign of an intruder. But the doll's presence was growing increasingly unsettling. I placed it back in the chest and resolved to keep an eye on it. That night, the footsteps were louder than ever. I could hear them echoing through the house, growing more frantic and erratic. Each time I ventured out of my room to investigate, I found the doll had moved again, always facing me. It was as if it were deliberately positioning itself to watch my every move. This continued for several nights. I would find the doll in different rooms, always in a place where it could see me. The sight of those glassy eyes following me from room to room drove me to the edge of sanity. The footsteps were incessant, and no matter how many times I checked, I never found their source. Desperation set in. I decided to get rid of the doll, believing that removing it from the house might end the disturbances. I packed it carefully in a box and drove to the local charity shop, hoping that someone else might find use for it. As I handed over the box, I couldn't shake the feeling that the doll was still watching me, even from afar. That night, for the first time in days, I slept soundly. There were no footsteps, no eerie presence, and no doll to haunt my dreams. But even now, a lingering feeling of dread remains. I can't shake the thought that the doll might somehow find its way back to me, that those lifelike eyes might one day peer through my window again. Story 11. The day began like any other, with sunlight streaming through the curtains and the steady rhythm of my alarm clock urging me out of bed. I had just gone through a breakup a week prior, an amicable split, or so I thought, with my partner Jake. We had agreed to part ways with no hard feelings, but the recent weeks had been unusually quiet. I dismissed the silence as a welcome change and tried to focus on the new beginning I had promised myself. On the first morning after our separation, I found a letter slipped under my door. The envelope was plain, and the handwriting was unfamiliar. I assumed it was a mix-up or a piece of junk mail. I tossed it aside and went about my day. That evening, I discovered the letter still lying on the floor, its presence a nagging distraction. I opened it with a mix of curiosity and skepticism. The letter contained a detailed account of my day, what I wore, where I went, and even the small interactions I had with people I encountered. I was perplexed, but quickly convinced myself it was a prank from a friend or an overzealous telemarketer. I shrugged it off and prepared for bed, though the letter lingered at the back of my mind. The following day saw the arrival of more letters, each one increasingly intrusive and unsettling. They described my daily routines with eerie precision. One letter noted my visit to the grocery store, including a specific mention of the brand of cereal I bought. Another letter detailed my visit to the gym, commenting on the exact treadmill I used and the time I spent there. The letters were signed simply a friend. With each letter, my unease grew. I began to change my routine, taking different routes to work and avoiding the places I frequented. Despite my efforts, the letters continued to arrive, each one more detailed than the last. I felt trapped in a web of observation and paranoia. It wasn't until the letters began to include personal observations, comments about my new haircut, or the new plant I had bought that I realized the sender had an unsettlingly intimate knowledge of my life. I confided in a close friend, Lucy, who was equally disturbed by the letters. She suggested I contact the authorities, but I hesitated, fearing that I might be overreacting or that the police would dismiss my concerns. Instead, I started documenting each letter meticulously, hoping to find a pattern or clue that might lead me to the sender. Days turned into weeks, and the letters kept coming. The detailed observations became more personal, reflecting my innermost thoughts and anxieties. One letter even mentioned a private conversation I'd had with Lucy, a conversation I had thought was confidential. It became clear that the sender was not just someone who knew me well, but someone who had been following me closely. One evening, as I sat at my kitchen table, sorting through the latest batch of letters, I received a phone call. The voice on the other end was calm and familiar, though I hadn't heard it in weeks. It was Jake. "Hello," he said, his tone surprisingly nonchalant. "I see you've been receiving my letters." I felt a chill run down my spine. "Jake, what's going on? Why are you doing this?" "I just wanted to make sure you understood how much you meant to me," he said, his voice steady but carrying an undertone of something I couldn't quite place. "I wanted you to see that I still care, even if you don't." I was horrified. "This isn't caring, Jake. It's stalking. It's invasive and completely unacceptable." There was a pause on the other end. "You always did have a way of making everything about yourself," he replied, his voice taking on a sharper edge. "I'm only trying to help you see things from a different perspective. Maybe you need to appreciate the things you have before it's too late." I ended the call, trembling. I felt like my world was closing in on me. The letters had gone from strange to menacing, and Jake's voice confirmed my worst fears. He was not just watching from a distance, he was still very much a part of my life, lurking in the shadows. Determined to take action, I finally went to the police. They were concerned by the detailed nature of the letters and Jake's clear involvement. With their help, we were able to track Jake's movements and uncover evidence that he had been following me for weeks. A restraining order was issued, and Jake was warned to cease all contact with me. Though the letters stopped after the police intervention, the experience left me deeply shaken. I had always thought I knew Jake well, but the reality of his obsession revealed a side of him I had never known. Moving forward, I learned to be more cautious and aware of my surroundings. The letters were a haunting reminder of how easily trust can be betrayed and how sometimes the greatest threats come from those we once loved. Story 12. When we first decided to move into the old Victorian house on the edge of town, I was excited about the prospect of a new beginning. The house, though weathered, exuded an old-world charm with its sprawling gardens and intricate woodwork. The real estate agent had made the place sound like a dream, mentioning that it was a character home with unique features, but I couldn't have imagined just how unique those features would turn out to be. The moving process was grueling, but eventually we managed to unpack most of our belongings. It was then that I stumbled upon something peculiar in the attic, a door sealed with a heavy, rusting padlock. The door was not something I'd noticed before. It seemed to have been hidden behind old furniture and dusty drapes. The padlock was enormous, the kind you'd see in a pirate movie, and it seemed out of place compared to the rest of the house's more delicate furnishings. Curiosity gnawed at me, but I quickly put it out of my mind. We had more pressing matters to attend to, and the padlocked room would have to wait. As days turned into weeks, strange occurrences began to unsettle me. At night, as I lay in bed, I would hear faint, unidentifiable noises coming from behind that locked door, soft thuds, scuttling sounds, and sometimes even a distant, low murmur. Each sound seemed to crawl under my skin and make me shiver despite the warmth of the blankets. I tried to dismiss the sounds as settling noises or perhaps the house's old pipes working through their own quirks, but as the noises persisted, I began to grow increasingly uneasy. There were times when I would hear them distinctly while trying to fall asleep, only to have them suddenly cease when I got up to investigate. When I finally turned the lights back off and lay in bed, the noises would resume, as if mocking my fear. Then, one crisp autumn morning, I found the padlock had been broken. The metal loop was twisted out of shape, and the lock lay shattered on the floor. I stood there, staring at the broken padlock with a sense of dread. Who could have broken it? Why? I felt a cold sweat form on my brow, but the need to understand outweighed my fear. With trembling hands, I pushed open the door. It creaked loudly, as if protesting the intrusion. The room was bathed in a pale, eerie light that seemed to seep through the cracks in the walls. My eyes slowly adjusted to the dimness, revealing a space that was unsettlingly empty. No furniture, no boxes, just an expanse of wooden floorboards. My heart raced as I stepped inside, my footsteps echoing unnervingly. As I moved further into the room, I noticed something that sent chills down my spine. Eerie symbols were drawn all over the floor. They were crudely painted in what looked like dark, dried blood, creating an intricate web of strange, arcane patterns. The symbols were unfamiliar, but they had an unsettling, almost hypnotic quality. They twisted and looped around each other, forming an intricate, chaotic design that seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy. I knelt down to examine the symbols more closely. They were not just random doodles, they seemed deliberate, as if they held a dark significance. I tried to decipher them, but their meaning eluded me. My fingers brushed against the cold floor, and I felt a shiver of foreboding that told me I should not be here. A sudden noise behind me made me spin around. My breath caught in my throat as I saw a shadowy figure dart past the doorway. I rushed out of the room, heart pounding, but found no one in the hallway. The house was silent once more, save for the thudding of my own heartbeat. Desperate for answers, I began researching the symbols. Late into the night, I combed through occult books and online forums, but found nothing that matched the symbols exactly. They were unique, unlike anything I'd ever seen. The more I delved into the search, the more I uncovered tales of ancient rites and rituals, stories of forbidden knowledge and dark forces. As days passed, the symbols on the floor seemed to shift in my mind, each viewing revealing new patterns and meanings. I began to feel a sense of paranoia, as if something malevolent was lurking just out of sight. My sleep became fitful, and the strange noises from the room continued, now joined by whispers that seemed to seep through the walls, murmuring unintelligible phrases. I grew increasingly obsessed with the room, unable to resist its pull. I would find myself drawn to it at odd hours, staring at the symbols and trying to piece together their meaning. The house, once a beacon of new beginnings, now felt like a prison. I started noticing changes in myself, mood swings, feelings of dread, and an overwhelming sense of being watched. It felt as though the room was exerting its influence, gradually eroding my sense of reality. I became convinced that the symbols were not just remnants of some old ritual, but a gateway to something darker, something that was now watching me. One night, as I was sitting alone in the room, the lights flickered, and an oppressive silence fell over the house. I could feel a presence, something cold and unrelenting. The symbols seemed to writhe under the dim light, and I felt a chilling breath on my neck. I knew then that I had to leave the house, but it was as if the walls themselves were holding me captive. I packed my belongings in a frantic hurry, the weight of the house's sinister presence pressing down on me. I could still hear the whispers as I fled, the sound of my own panic echoing through the empty halls. As I drove away, the house receded into the distance, but the fear remained. The locked room was left behind, its secrets untouched. I never returned, and the house eventually fell into disrepair, a silent sentinel guarding the unknown. The symbols on the floor remained a mystery, a haunting enigma that I would never fully understand. Sometimes when I close my eyes, I still see those dark patterns, and the whispering shadows follow me wherever I go. Story 13. I'd been working late at the office again, the glow of the computer screen a constant companion as I crunched numbers and drafted reports. The only thing that kept me sane was the promise of a warm bed waiting for me at home. I missed my train, and the next one wasn't due for another 30 minutes. So, when I finally boarded the late-night train, the car was nearly empty, save for a few scattered passengers. As I settled into a seat, hoping to relax a bit before the journey ended, I couldn't help but notice a man who stood out like a sore thumb. He was impeccably dressed in a dark suit, the kind that looked far too formal for the time of night and the type of train we were on. His attire was pristine, every crease and fold perfectly in place, his shoes polished to a shine. He was seated across from me, though the car was nearly empty, and he seemed unnervingly focused on me. His gaze was direct and unyielding, his eyes fixed on mine as if he were studying me, dissecting me with a cold, clinical precision. I tried to ignore him, focusing instead on my phone, scrolling through social media and pretending to be engrossed in the mundane updates of my friends. But every so often I would glance up and catch him still staring, unblinking. It was unsettling. I could almost feel the weight of his gaze pressing on me, like an invisible hand gripping my shoulders. Each time I looked up, he was still there, his eyes like two dark holes boring into me. Minutes turned into what felt like hours, and with each passing stop I hoped he would get off, but he remained seated, never shifting his gaze. The train rumbled along, the rhythmic clacking of the wheels on the tracks doing little to drown out the mounting anxiety I felt. The steady hum of the engine became a backdrop to the growing unease in the pit of my stomach. When my stop finally approached, a wave of relief washed over me. I gathered my things, trying to muster up the courage to stand up and leave. As the train slowed, I glanced over to the man one last time, hoping to avoid another encounter. To my horror, he was already standing, his eyes still locked onto me as he smoothly moved to the door, as if he had been waiting for this exact moment. A sense of dread enveloped me, and as the train doors opened, he stepped out right behind me. My heart began to race, and I quickened my pace, attempting to blend into the crowd on the platform. I glanced over my shoulder to see if he was still following me, but the crowd was thick, and it was difficult to make out any distinct figures. I decided to make my way through the maze of people and onto the stairwell leading up to the street level. As I reached the top of the stairs, I dared another look back, and there he was still following me, his presence as unmistakable as ever. I could see the same unwavering gaze, now illuminated by the streetlights, and it sent a shiver down my spine. Panic set in, and I broke into a run, my footsteps echoing off the walls as I sprinted down the deserted street. I turned corners frantically, zigzagging through the neighborhood in a desperate attempt to throw him off my trail. I could hear his footsteps behind me, matching my pace, never faltering, never speeding up. It was as if he was determined to follow me no matter how fast I ran. My lungs burned, and my legs felt like lead, but I pushed myself harder, driven by a fear that was rapidly becoming all-consuming. My mind raced through possible escape routes. I ducked into an alleyway, hoping the narrow passage would provide some cover. The alley was dark, with only the faint glow of streetlights reaching in. I pressed myself against the cold brick wall, trying to stifle my breathing. I could hear the footsteps getting closer, echoing off the walls, until they stopped just outside the entrance of the alley. I held my breath, listening intently. The silence was thick and oppressive. Then, to my dismay, I heard the sound of footsteps moving away, slowly fading into the distance. I cautiously peered out from my hiding spot, only to find the street empty. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. Shaking, I made my way back to the street, my heart still racing. I walked briskly towards my apartment building, my senses heightened and my eyes darting around, scanning for any sign of the man in the suit. Once inside, I locked the door behind me and leaned against it, trying to steady my breathing. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The image of those unblinking eyes still burned into my memory. The next morning, as I replayed the events over and over in my mind, I questioned whether it had all been a figment of my imagination, a product of stress and fatigue. But deep down, I knew what I had seen, and the fear I felt was very real. As I went about my day, I kept a vigilant eye, half expecting the man to appear at any moment. Every late-night train ride since then has been a tense experience. The memory of that man's unblinking stare lingers, a reminder of a night when I was pursued by someone who seemed both menacing and inscrutable. Story 14. The morning air was crisp as I set out for my usual jog. It was one of those rare mornings when everything felt just right. The sky was a deep blue, and the chill of dawn was invigorating rather than biting. I had always enjoyed these early runs. They were my moment of solitude, a time to clear my mind before the chaos of the day began. Today, however, something felt different. I couldn't put my finger on it, but there was an uneasy tension in the air, as if the world itself was holding its breath. I shrugged it off and picked up my pace, the rhythmic thud of my feet against the pavement the only sound in the early stillness. As I entered the wooded path that cut through a small section of forest near my home, the sensation of unease grew stronger. The trees, usually a comforting canopy, now seemed oppressive and foreboding. I quickened my step, trying to shake off the disquieting feeling that clung to me like a shadow. That's when I saw them. At first, it was just a flicker of movement between the trees, a vague shape that could easily be mistaken for a trick of the light. But as I drew closer, the figures became clearer. A group of men stood in the clearing, their presence starkly out of place. They were wearing masks, simple, featureless white masks that covered their entire faces. They seemed almost like something out of a horror movie, their blank, expressionless visages staring out from the darkness of the forest. My heart skipped a beat. I slowed to a cautious walk, trying to discern whether they were actually moving or if my mind was playing tricks on me. The men, however, were definitely shifting their positions, their movements eerily synchronized. It was as if they were waiting for something or someone. The feeling of dread intensified. I turned away, deciding it was best to cut my run short and head back home. As I picked up my pace again, I could feel their presence behind me. I glanced over my shoulder and saw that they had started to follow. It was subtle at first, just a hint of motion among the trees, but it quickly became clear that they were tracking my every move. Panic surged through me. I pushed myself harder, the sound of my breath growing ragged as I sprinted down the path. My mind raced, trying to think of any possible explanation for their presence, but nothing made sense. The forest seemed to close in around me, the trees forming a claustrophobic tunnel that amplified my fear. Despite my efforts, the men in masks were always there, just on the edge of my vision. Each time I looked back, they were a little closer, their silent pursuit unyielding. My heart pounded so violently it felt like it might burst from my chest. I could hear the crunch of leaves and twigs under their feet, growing louder as they closed in. The clearing where I had first spotted them seemed like a distant memory as I finally emerged from the woods. I made a beeline for my house, desperately wishing for the safety of my locked doors. I ran up the front steps and fumbled with the keys, my hands trembling uncontrollably. Inside, I slammed the door shut and threw the deadbolt into place. I leaned against the door, trying to catch my breath and calm my racing heart. Through the frosted glass of the door, I saw their silhouettes moving past my house. The sight made me shiver, and I sank to the floor, my back against the wall. I could hear them moving around outside, their footsteps heavy and deliberate. The minutes stretched into hours as I huddled in the dim light of my hallway, listening for any sign that they might be leaving. The house felt unnervingly quiet, and the sound of my own breathing seemed too loud in the stillness. When I finally dared to peek through the curtains, the forest was empty. The masked figures were gone, leaving behind an eerie silence that seemed to seep into the very walls of my home. I stayed vigilant, watching from the window for any sign of their return, but the hours passed without incident. As the sun began to rise and the first light of morning filtered through the trees, I felt a semblance of relief. Still, I was haunted by the memory of those faceless men and their relentless pursuit. What had they wanted? Why had they followed me? The questions churned in my mind, unanswered and unsettling. The next day, I tried to convince myself it was just a figment of my imagination, a trick of the early morning hours that made everything seem more sinister than it really was. But deep down, I knew that what I had experienced was real. The fear I felt, the way the men had moved everything about it was too vivid to dismiss. I resolved to avoid that path for the foreseeable future. The jogs would continue, but the wooded trail would remain a forbidden zone, a reminder of a terrifying encounter I hoped never to repeat. The forest was no longer just a backdrop for my morning runs, it had become a place of fear, an ominous reminder of how quickly safety could dissolve into terror. Story 15. The babysitter's evening started off like any other. Samantha had arrived at the Martins' home around 6 o'clock, just as the sun was setting. The parents, Jenna and Mark, had a dinner reservation for their anniversary and were running a bit behind schedule. They left her with their two kids, Lily and Jake, who were already excited about their evening of movies and snacks. Samantha settled into the cozy living room, setting up the TV for the kids' favorite movie. Lily and Jake were buzzing with energy, their excitement palpable. She managed to get them comfortable on the couch with their popcorn and juice before the doorbell rang. Jenna and Mark had returned to drop off some forgotten items and told Samantha that they would be late, but they assured her they would be back soon. As the movie played, the children seemed to lose themselves in the action on the screen. Samantha enjoyed the quiet of the room and the rare opportunity to relax a bit while the kids were entertained. The night was calm and uneventful until, out of nowhere, the phone rang. Samantha picked it up, thinking it might be a reminder or a late check-in from the Martins. However, the voice on the other end was unfamiliar and unsettling. "I'm watching you from the dark," the man's voice said, low and menacing. Samantha's heart skipped a beat. She glanced around the room, seeing nothing but the flickering light of the TV. She tried to shake off the feeling of dread that crept up her spine. She assumed it was a prank or a wrong number and hung up, trying to convince herself it was nothing to worry about. The children, still engrossed in their movie, seemed oblivious to the strange phone call. Samantha's unease grew, and she decided to call Jenna and Mark to inform them of the strange occurrence. She dialed their number, but the call went straight to voicemail. Frustrated, she left a brief message, hoping they would call back soon. Minutes ticked by slowly, each second adding to her anxiety. She decided to check the doors and windows to make sure everything was secure. As she walked through the house, she noticed nothing amiss. Everything seemed as it should be until she reached the front door. To her horror, she saw that it was slightly ajar, a sliver of darkness visible through the gap. Her pulse quickened as she tried to rationalize why the door might be open. Maybe it hadn't been closed properly, she thought. Samantha walked back to the living room, where Lily and Jake were still watching their movie. She forced a smile, trying to keep the children calm and unaware of her growing anxiety. She noticed that the TV's glow cast eerie shadows around the room, making her nerves even more frayed. As the minutes continued to drag on, the phone rang again. This time it was Jenna. Samantha's relief was palpable as she answered. Jenna's voice was filled with concern. "I'm so sorry we're late. We're just wrapping up. Are you okay? Did everything go all right?" Samantha quickly recounted the strange phone call and the partially opened door. Jenna's voice grew worried. "Are the kids okay? Did you check the house?" "Yes, they're fine," Samantha reassured her. "I checked everything, but I'm still a little on edge." "Just hang tight. We're on our way," Jenna said, her voice hurried. "We should be there in about 15 minutes. Samantha hung up the phone and tried to focus on keeping Lily and Jake calm and occupied. She forced herself to ignore the creeping feeling of being watched, trying to act normal for the children's sake. The minutes felt like hours as she anxiously waited for the Martins to arrive. Finally, the front door opened, and Jenna and Mark rushed in, their faces pale with worry. Samantha turned to greet them, relief flooding through her. But as she looked towards the door, her heart sank. The door was wide open, and Samantha's earlier fears were confirmed. She glanced around the house, but it was clear that something was off. The living room was in disarray, with the popcorn spilled on the floor and the TV screen now displaying static. Panic surged through Samantha as she realized she couldn't find Lily or Jake. She rushed through the house, calling their names, her voice trembling. Jenna and Mark joined in, their frantic search matching her own. They checked every room, every closet, and every corner, but the children were nowhere to be found. Just when the fear seemed unbearable, the sound of a door creaking open echoed through the house. Samantha and the Martins ran toward the sound, their hearts racing. They found Lily and Jake in the basement, huddled together and visibly shaken. The basement door had been left slightly ajar, the darkness within more foreboding than usual. Tears of relief streamed down Jenna's face as she gathered her children into her arms. Mark turned to Samantha, his expression a mix of gratitude and concern. "Thank you for keeping them safe," he said, though his voice was tinged with confusion. "We're just glad they're okay." Samantha, her hands trembling, tried to steady her breathing. The incident left her with a gnawing unease, a lingering sense of dread. She would never forget the feeling of being watched and the unsettling knowledge that someone had breached the safety of the Martins' home. As she left the house, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was being followed, her every step echoing with the eerie certainty of being watched from the shadows. Story 16. I had always loved the solitude of hiking. The quiet and peace of nature was a welcome respite from the demands of everyday life. But the day I stumbled upon that abandoned cabin, my love for the outdoors took a dark turn. It was a crisp autumn afternoon, the kind where the air feels sharp and invigorating, and the leaves crunched beneath your boots with each step. I had set out on a trail I had hiked before, one that wound through dense forests and over gentle hills. But this time, I decided to stray from the path, drawn by a sense of curiosity and adventure. The cabin came into view unexpectedly. It was nestled among a thicket of trees, half hidden and almost as if it had been forgotten by time itself. The walls were weathered, covered in a thick layer of moss and lichen, and the roof sagged under the weight of years of neglect. Something about it gave me pause. I hesitated before making my way up the creaky wooden steps to the front door. It was ajar, as though someone had left in a hurry. I pushed the door open and stepped inside, the wooden floorboards groaning under my weight. The cabin was small and sparsely furnished. A dusty, moth-eaten rug lay in the center of the room, and an old, rickety table stood against one wall. But what really caught my eye was the strange collection of drawings that covered the walls. They were crude and unsettling, scrawled with what looked like charcoal or thick ink. There were depictions of shadowy figures with exaggerated features, their eyes hollow and menacing. Some drawings showed people running, their limbs twisted in grotesque poses, while others appeared to be of a forest, dense and dark, with twisted trees reaching out like gnarled hands. I felt a chill as I looked at these images, and my sense of unease grew. I noticed a small, leather-bound journal lying open on the table. The pages were filled with frantic scrawls, as if someone had written in a state of desperation. I picked it up and began to read. The notes were disjointed and chaotic, full of references to being hunted, being watched, and the constant feeling of danger. The writer seemed to believe that something or someone was stalking them through the woods. Can't escape. They know. Always behind me, one entry read. Another noted, I hear them scratching at the walls. They're getting closer. The last entry, written in a shaky hand, was more cryptic. I can't trust the shadows. They are everywhere. I felt a shiver run down my spine. The sense of dread that had been building since I entered the cabin now peaked. I glanced around, feeling as if the walls themselves were closing in on me. The drawings, the journal, everything in that room seemed to pulse with an ominous energy. I quickly set the journal back on the table and backed toward the door. As I turned to leave, the door slammed shut with a loud bang. My heart leapt into my throat, and I grabbed the handle, but it wouldn't budge. Panic surged through me, and I pounded on the door, shouting for help that I knew wouldn't come. After what felt like an eternity, the door creaked open, and I stumbled out into the fading light of the afternoon. I didn't look back as I hurried down the trail, my pace quickening with every step. The hike back to my car was a blur of adrenaline and fear. I felt as though I were being watched, a constant sensation of eyes following my every move. I told myself it was just the lingering effect of the cabin and the unsettling journal. A rational thought fought to take over, but the feeling of being pursued stayed with me. Since that day, every hike I've taken has been tainted by the memory of that cabin. I find myself glancing over my shoulder more frequently, certain that I am being followed. The once familiar trails now seem to twist and turn in unfamiliar ways, and the shadows in the woods seem deeper, more sinister. The sense of being watched, of not being alone, has become a constant companion. Every time I hear a branch snap or the rustle of leaves, my heart races, and I instinctively look around, hoping to catch a glimpse of whatever might be lurking behind me. My friends have noticed the change in me, my heightened wariness and reluctance to venture into the woods. I've tried to explain, but words fail to convey the depth of the fear that grips me. I've thought about going back to the cabin to understand what really happened, but the very idea terrifies me. What if I find something there that confirms my worst fears? What if the things described in that journal were more than just the ramblings of a disturbed mind? For now, I'm trapped in a state of paranoia, a prisoner of my own fear. The shadows that once comforted me now seem to be hiding something, and every hike feels like a test of my sanity. I don't know if I'll ever be able to hike again without feeling like I'm being watched, but for now I'm left with a haunting thought that whatever was in that cabin might still be out there, waiting. Story 17. I rented a modest room in a somewhat worn apartment complex on the outskirts of town. It was a place where the other tenants mostly kept to themselves, and the general atmosphere was one of polite but distant coexistence. My room was small but comfortable, with just enough space for a bed, a desk, and a narrow closet. I enjoyed the quiet solitude it offered, a rare luxury in the city. Late one night, as I was drifting off to sleep, I was jolted awake by the sound of footsteps outside my door. At first I thought it might be a neighbor coming home late, or perhaps someone from the building maintenance. But the footsteps didn't fade. Instead, they seemed to approach my room. The sound was unnervingly close, each step heavy and deliberate. I listened intently, trying to make sense of it. The noise grew louder, and then I heard the unmistakable sound of someone rummaging through my belongings. My heart pounded as I sat up in bed. I grabbed a flashlight from my nightstand and, with a deep breath, crept towards the door. I turned the handle slowly and peered out into the dimly lit hallway. The corridor was empty. The sounds had stopped abruptly, leaving an unsettling silence in their wake. I checked my belongings. My books, clothes, and personal items were all in their places, seemingly untouched. The disturbance had left me on edge, but I tried to dismiss it as a bad dream or a trick of my imagination. I locked my door and returned to bed, though sleep eluded me for the rest of the night. The next day, I decided to address the issue. I approached the landlord, Mr. Jenkins, a middle-aged man with a perpetually furrowed brow. He was known for his strict demeanor, but also for being fair and approachable. I described the events of the previous night, hoping he might have an explanation. Mr. Jenkins listened intently, his expression shifting from curiosity to concern. "You're the only tenant who's mentioned something like this," he said thoughtfully. "We've had no reports of disturbances from the other tenants." I was taken aback. "What do you mean?" He cleared his throat, looking a bit uncomfortable. "Well, it's not something I usually talk about. We have what some people call an unseen tenant living here." My confusion must have been evident. An unseen tenant. "Yes," Mr. Jenkins said, shifting uncomfortably. "It's not something I can easily explain. Some of the other tenants have mentioned hearing noises or experiencing strange occurrences, but they're used to it. They've learned to coexist with it." I stared at him, trying to process what I was hearing. "So you're saying that there's someone or something living here that's not actually visible?" Mr. Jenkins nodded. "I know it sounds strange, but this building has a history. Over the years, there have been stories and rumors about unusual occurrences. Some tenants believe it's the spirit of a former resident. Others think it's just a quirk of the building. Regardless, it's something we've all learned to live with." I felt a shiver run down my spine, and no one thought to tell me this before I moved in. He looked apologetic. "It's not something that usually comes up. People have different reactions to it. Some are unaffected, while others, well, it's unsettling for them. I didn't mean to hide it from you, I just didn't think it was relevant." I was left with a deep sense of unease. The idea that my apartment might be shared with an unseen presence was disconcerting. I spent the rest of the day wrestling with my thoughts, trying to convince myself that it was all a figment of imagination or an elaborate prank. That night, I decided to take precautions. I double-checked that my door was securely locked and made sure there were no valuables left out. I even left a small recording device on my desk, hoping to capture any sounds if they occurred again. As I lay in bed, the silence of the apartment seemed to press in on me. My mind raced with thoughts of the unseen tenant, and I found myself jumping at every creak and groan of the building. Sleep was elusive, and I spent most of the night wide awake, listening intently for any sign of disturbance. When morning came, I reviewed the recordings from the night before. To my dismay, there were faint sounds on the tape, soft footsteps, and the rustling of what seemed to be papers. The evidence was inconclusive, but it did little to ease my anxiety. Determined to get to the bottom of the mystery, I began to speak with the other tenants. Their reactions ranged from indifferent to dismissive. One tenant, an elderly woman named Mrs. Hawkins, offered a cryptic comment: "Some things are better left alone. It's been this way for years. The less you know, the better." Despite their reluctance to talk, I began to notice patterns in the strange occurrences, things moving slightly, subtle noises, and the occasional chill in the air. It became clear that I was not alone in my experiences. As the days went by, I found myself adapting to the presence, or at least trying to. I started to accept that the unseen tenant was an inexplicable part of the building's character. It was unnerving, but I decided to focus on making my own space as comfortable as possible. Over time, the fear subsided, and I learned to live with this strange presence. It became a part of my routine, something I acknowledged but chose to ignore as much as possible. In the end, I realized that the unseen tenant was just one of many peculiarities in the tapestry of life, something that, while unsettling, was not entirely beyond comprehension. Story 18. When I first moved into the small, secluded cottage on the outskirts of town, I felt a strange sense of peace. The place was cozy, with its creaky wooden floors and ivy-clad walls, and I had hoped it would be a sanctuary from the relentless pace of city life. I had always cherished my privacy, so when I discovered a small hidden camera nestled behind a loose panel in my living room, my unease was immediate. It happened on a rainy Thursday evening. I had just returned from work, my wet umbrella dripping on the mat as I kicked off my shoes and made my way into the living room. I was looking forward to a quiet night, curled up with a book and a cup of tea. However, as I was rearranging the furniture, trying to find a better spot for my reading lamp, I noticed something odd. A panel in the wall seemed slightly out of place. Upon closer inspection, I discovered a small black object wedged behind it. It was a hidden camera. My heart skipped a beat. I had heard of such things before, but had never imagined finding one in my own home. My mind raced with unsettling questions. Who had placed it there? Why? And how long had it been recording me? Panic set in as I hurriedly removed the camera from its hiding spot. My fingers trembled as I examined the device. It was a sleek, modern piece of technology, and it looked like it had been in place for some time. I knew I needed to get rid of it, so I carefully disabled it, pulling out the tiny battery and unscrewing the memory card slot. Then I tossed the camera into the trash, hoping it would stay hidden away from whoever had placed it there. That night, I tried to shake off the feeling of paranoia. I locked all the doors and windows and set up a couple of motion sensor lights outside, hoping that they would provide some measure of security. I made sure every light in the house was turned on before settling down for the evening. But sleep eluded me. My mind was consumed with the thought of someone watching me, perhaps still watching me through the footage captured by the camera. Around midnight, as I lay in bed, my phone buzzed on the nightstand. I picked it up to find a new email in my inbox. The sender's address was unfamiliar, but the subject line made my blood run cold. Footage of you. With a sinking feeling, I opened the email. Inside was a video file. I hesitated before clicking on it, my breath shallow. The video began with a shaky, low-resolution view of my living room. The footage showed the camera being placed behind the panel, and then, after a brief interval, it showed the camera being removed. My stomach churned as I realized that the video was documenting every moment I had been in the room, the moments of ordinary activities, and the moments when I had been completely unaware of the intrusion. But the most disturbing part was yet to come. At the end of the video, there was a brief, static-filled segment. A voice, distorted and barely audible, said, "We're watching you." I rewatched the footage, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. The camera had been placed and removed with such precision that it suggested a calculated plan. Whoever had done this had been watching me for weeks. The realization hit me hard. My sense of security was shattered. I tried to make sense of the situation. I thought back to the days leading up to the discovery. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. My routine was mundane work, groceries, occasional visits to friends. Nothing stood out as suspicious, and yet someone had been keeping tabs on my every move. Desperate for answers, I contacted the local police. When they arrived, they examined the camera and the video file, but their reassurances that they would investigate did little to calm my frayed nerves. They took the evidence with them, but the promise of resolution seemed distant. Days turned into weeks, and despite their efforts, there were no new leads. My sense of paranoia grew. Every creak of the house, every knock at the door made my heart race. I became hyper-aware of every sound and shadow. I installed additional locks and security cameras, hoping to regain some semblance of control. I avoided my living room as much as possible, fearing it had become a focal point for whatever malevolent presence had been tracking me. Then one day I received another email. This time there was no video attached, just a simple message: you should have left when you had the chance. My hands shook as I read those words. They were a chilling reminder that someone or something had their sights set on me. I realized that this wasn't just about privacy, it was a warning, a menacing statement that my presence was no longer welcome. As time passed, I made the difficult decision to move out of the cottage. The place that had once promised tranquility now felt like a trap, its walls echoing with the whispers of unseen eyes. Even as I packed up my belongings and prepared to leave, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that the shadows of the hidden camera's lens still lingered in the corners of my mind. The cottage remained vacant for months, its secrets buried within its ivy-clad walls. I moved to a new location, hoping for a fresh start, but even now, the sense of being watched never fully fades. I am constantly vigilant, aware that someone or something might still be out there, waiting, watching, and perhaps preparing for their next move. Story 19. The hum of fluorescent lights filled the emergency room with a sterile, relentless buzz. It was well past midnight, and most of the staff had begun to drift into the rhythm of the quiet hours, the calm before the next rush. The patients were few, and the stories they carried were mundane compared to the chaos of a typical ER night. But tonight something shifted in the atmosphere, an undercurrent of tension that seemed to coil tighter with each passing minute. Dr. Julie Harrison, a seasoned ER physician, had just finished reviewing the charts of a few routine patients when the doors to the ER swung open with an almost theatrical force. The commotion was unsettling, as the usual wheeling of stretchers and urgent footsteps took on an edge of frenetic desperation. Two paramedics burst through, their faces etched with concern and urgency, their breaths visible in the cold night air of the room. Code red. Code red, one of the paramedics shouted, his voice tinged with fear. Julie's heart raced as she moved to meet them, her mind already racing through the possibilities of what could have happened. The stretcher they wheeled in bore a man whose condition was immediately apparent. His clothes were torn, his face pale, and his eyes wide with terror. His breathing was ragged, and he clutched at his chest as if something invisible was squeezing the life out of him. "Who is he?" Julie asked, taking stock of the situation. "His name's Jack Morris," the second paramedic replied, struggling to maintain his composure. "He says he's being chased by someone. He won't stop talking about it." Jack's eyes darted around the room, his gaze locking onto Julie's with an intensity that made her shiver. "They're coming," he gasped. "They're coming for me. I can't stay here. They're everywhere." Julie tried to calm him. "We're going to take care of you, Jack. Just tell me what happened." Between frantic breaths and fits of coughing, Jack managed to describe a sequence of events that made little sense but were nevertheless disturbing. He spoke of shadows lurking in every corner, of whispers that seemed to echo through the night, and of a relentless pursuit by an unseen force. His delirium was punctuated by intermittent bouts of terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. As Julie and her team worked to stabilize him, the ER fell into a tense silence. The only sounds were the beeping of monitors and the occasional murmur of the medical staff. Despite their best efforts, Jack's condition deteriorated rapidly. His heart rate plummeted, and his breaths became more labored. After hours of trying to resuscitate him, the monitors finally fell silent. Jack Morris was pronounced dead. The ER staff, exhausted and disheartened, began to clear the area. Julie's mind was not at ease, her thoughts dwelling on the man's final moments. She'd seen her fair share of trauma and death, but Jack's story had left a lingering discomfort that she couldn't shake. A few hours later, Julie found herself making her rounds in the quiet hours, seeking a moment of solace in the calm. She checked on the patients who had been admitted earlier and made sure everything was in order. Her rounds eventually led her to the morgue, a place she typically avoided unless necessary. The bodies of deceased patients were stored there, awaiting autopsy or family arrangements. As she approached the morgue, Julie noticed something odd. The door was slightly ajar. It was unusual. The door was always kept tightly closed to maintain the proper conditions for the bodies inside. A sense of unease crept up her spine as she pushed the door open further. The scene that greeted her was disconcerting. The morgue was dimly lit, and a single fluorescent light flickered overhead. The metal drawers, which were usually lined up neatly and securely closed, were all slightly open. A muffled, unnatural sound seemed to emanate from the room, a series of faint, disjointed screams that seemed almost to echo from the walls themselves. Julie's pulse quickened. She stepped inside cautiously, her eyes scanning the room. "Hello," she called out, but her voice seemed to get swallowed by the oppressive silence. The screams grew louder, almost as if they were coming from inside her own head. Julie approached the open drawers, her mind racing with the possible explanations. As she peered inside one of the drawers, she found it empty. Her heart pounded as she moved to the next one, which was also vacant. It was then that she heard a distinct noise behind her, a shuffling sound, like footsteps on the cold floor. She spun around but saw nothing. The air grew colder, and a chill ran down her spine. The screams were now replaced by an eerie, unnatural silence. Julie's eyes fell on a small, folded note lying on a nearby counter. With trembling hands, she unfolded it, her breath catching in her throat as she read the words written in a hurried, shaky hand. "They're here. They're coming for you next. Save yourself." The note fell from her hands as the reality of the situation sank in. Her thoughts raced back to Jack Morris, his panicked claims, and his tragic death. Was it possible that something had followed him, something that had made its way into the morgue? The feeling of being watched intensified, and Julie bolted from the room, slamming the door behind her. She raced down the hall, her heart pounding, unable to shake the sense that she was not alone. The once quiet ER was now a place of palpable dread, every shadow and every sound amplified by her fear. The night dragged on, and though she tried to focus on her duties, Julie couldn't escape the unsettling experience of that night. The morgue remained locked, and no further incidents were reported. Yet, as she left the hospital at dawn, she couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed forever. Jack Morris's death remained a mystery, his story a chilling reminder of the unknown. Julie knew that sometimes in the darkest corners of reality, There were forces beyond comprehension, forces that could leave a permanent mark on the world and the people who crossed their path. Story 20. The public restroom was in a state of disrepair. Its once bright tiles were now chipped and stained, and the flickering fluorescent lights cast eerie shadows on the walls. I had been assigned the task of cleaning it after a particularly busy day at the park. As a janitor, I had dealt with all sorts of messes, but this was different. The restroom had clearly seen better days, and it seemed like it had been neglected for a long time. While scrubbing the grimy sinks and wiping down the mirrors, I noticed a door tucked away in a corner of the restroom. It was a small, unassuming door with a rusty padlock on it. Curiosity got the better of me, so I approached and found that it was a janitor's closet, except there was no key to open it. I wasn't even sure if the closet was supposed to be locked, but I made a mental note to mention it to my supervisor. The door, though small and plain, had an unsettling quality to it. It was as if it was deliberately kept hidden, a part of the restroom that was meant to be ignored. I pushed it aside, finishing my work with a growing sense of unease. That night, I couldn't shake the curiosity about the locked closet. It gnawed at me, and as the hours passed, I became increasingly obsessed with what might be inside. I knew it was unprofessional, but I couldn't help myself. I decided to return to the park after hours, hoping to find the key and see what lay behind the door. The park was quiet at night, with only the distant hum of traffic breaking the silence. I let myself into the maintenance room, where I knew there was a key cabinet. After some searching, I found a set of old, dusty keys. I didn't know which one might fit, but I hoped one of them would work. Returning to the restroom, I approached the locked closet door with trepidation. The padlock was rusted, and the keyhole was almost completely obscured. After several tries with different keys, I heard a satisfying click. The lock fell away, and I hesitated for a moment before pushing the door open. Inside was a small, dimly lit space, barely larger than a broom closet. The air was musty, and the walls were lined with shelves holding various cleaning supplies. But what caught my eye were the items scattered around the floor: chains, handcuffs, and other disturbing implements. They were old and rusted, but their presence was unsettling. The chains were coiled in disarray, and the handcuffs lay on the floor, their metal gleaming dully in the dim light. There were also various leather straps and a small, battered wooden box. My heart pounded in my chest as I tried to make sense of these items. The closet was supposed to be a place for cleaning supplies, not for these disturbing remnants. Feeling a surge of both fear and revulsion, I backed out of the closet and locked it again. I returned the keys to the maintenance room, trying to convince myself that it was just a forgotten corner of the park storeroom, left behind by some long-gone employee. That night, I was unable to sleep. My mind was plagued by the thought of what I had seen. The chains and handcuffs kept playing on repeat in my mind, each image more terrifying than the last. I tried to dismiss it as my imagination running wild, but a nagging fear settled deep in my bones. Around midnight, I was jolted awake by a strange noise. It sounded like scraping, harsh, rhythmic scratching coming from the direction of the restroom. My heart raced as I tried to discern the sound. It seemed to be coming from behind the closet door, the very door I had unlocked earlier that day. I lay still, straining to listen. The scratching continued, growing louder and more frantic. It was as if something or someone was trying desperately to escape. Panic gripped me as I considered the possibilities. Had I inadvertently released something when I opened that door? The thought of an unseen presence trying to break free from behind the closet made my skin crawl. I gathered the courage to investigate. Armed with a flashlight, I crept through the darkened house towards the restroom. The scraping sounds grew more intense, echoing off the walls. Each step I took felt like a mile, my anxiety mounting with every passing second. Reaching the restroom, I hesitated before turning the handle. The door creaked open slowly, and I shined the flashlight into the closet. The sight that greeted me was nothing short of horrifying. The closet was still empty save for the cleaning supplies and the items I had seen earlier, but the chains and handcuffs were now in a different position, as if someone or something had been manipulating them. I checked the closet thoroughly, but there was no sign of an intruder. The noises had stopped as abruptly as they had started, leaving me alone with my racing thoughts. The oppressive silence that followed was almost worse than the noise. The next morning, I reported the situation to my supervisor, but my concerns were met with skepticism. The closet was deemed a relic of a bygone era, and no one seemed to believe that anything out of the ordinary had happened. I was instructed to leave the door as it was and not to worry about it further. Despite the reassurances, I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that had settled over me. The scraping noises, the unsettling items in the closet, everything felt like a dark secret buried within the park's walls. I tried to forget about it and focus on my duties, but every time I passed the restroom, a chill ran down my spine. Even now, as I look back, I can't shake the feeling that something was hidden in that closet, something that was never meant to be uncovered. The park has since been renovated, and the restroom is no longer in use, but I can't help but wonder what secrets still lie hidden behind those walls. Story 21. I had always been drawn to old, mysterious objects, and when I stumbled upon the antique shop nestled in the corner of a quiet street, I felt a thrill of excitement. The shop was cluttered with relics from bygone eras, vintage jewelry, tarnished silverware, and dusty old books. But one item caught my eye immediately, a weathered leather diary with a cracked spine and yellowed pages. Its antiquity and the promise of hidden stories within compelled me to buy it. The shopkeeper, a wiry old man with a knowing smile, handed it over with a nod. "You might find something interesting in there," he said cryptically. I took the diary home, eager to uncover its secrets. That evening, as the rain pattered against my window, I settled into my favorite armchair and opened the diary. The pages were filled with elegant cursive, but the writing had a peculiar, almost disjointed quality, as though the writer had been in a hurry. I began reading, intrigued by the life and thoughts of someone long gone. The entries started innocuously enough. The writer, identified only as Evelyn, described her daily routines and interactions. But as I delved deeper, the tone of the diary shifted from mundane observations to darker, more unsettling entries. Evelyn wrote about growing fears and a sense of being watched. Her descriptions became increasingly frantic, detailing ominous encounters and a pervasive feeling of dread. One entry, dated just a few days before her last entry, was particularly disturbing. "I feel like someone is following me. I see shadows at the edge of my vision, and sometimes when I turn, I swear I see a figure lurking just out of sight. Last night I heard scratching noises coming from the walls. I don't know how much longer I can take this. I feel like I'm losing my mind." The final entries were chaotic, written in a scrawl that was barely legible. They spoke of a looming threat and a desperate plea for help. The last page was stained with what looked like blood, and the final words were a frantic scrawl. "They're coming for me. I can hear them now. Please, someone help me." I closed the diary with a shiver. The unsettling nature of Evelyn's writing lingered with me long after I put the book down. I tried to dismiss it as a macabre relic of the past, a work of fiction, or perhaps the product of someone's dark imagination. But the next morning, my unease turned to fear when I found a note slipped under my door. It was handwritten in an elegant but hurried script, eerily reminiscent of Evelyn's writing. The note read, "I see you found my diary. Now you know the truth. They are watching you, just as they watched me. You're not safe." My heart raced. It could have been a prank, but the coincidence of the note's arrival and its content was too uncanny to ignore. I dismissed it as a sick joke and tried to move on with my day. Over the following days, more notes appeared. Each one was a chilling reminder of the diary's content, echoing the same fears Evelyn had written about. They detailed my daily routines with unnerving accuracy and made veiled threats about what would happen if I didn't stop digging into the past. One note read, "You should have left the past buried. I hope you're ready for what's coming. They won't stop until you're as frightened as I was." I became increasingly paranoid. The notes seemed to appear out of nowhere, and no matter how carefully I checked, I could never catch a glimpse of anyone leaving them. I started feeling watched, convinced that someone was lurking near my home, waiting for the right moment to make themselves known. My fear escalated when I discovered that my front door had been tampered with. The lock had been fiddled with, and the door frame bore signs of recent forceful attempts to pry it open. I contacted the police, but they found no evidence of a break-in and could offer little help. They suggested I might be overreacting, and that the notes could be the work of a prankster. Determined to find out more about Evelyn, I researched her name but found little information. The antique shop yielded no clues, and the shopkeeper seemed unusually evasive when I asked about the diary. I felt trapped in a nightmare, with no clear path to safety or resolution. Then, one night, I was jolted awake by a noise. My heart pounded as I heard faint scratching sounds coming from inside my walls, just as Evelyn had described in her final entries. My mind raced back to the diary and its haunting words. The sounds grew louder, and I could feel the panic rising. I grabbed a flashlight and cautiously explored the house, but found nothing. The scratching stopped as abruptly as it had begun, leaving me in an eerie silence that was almost worse than the noise. I had the distinct feeling that something or someone was very close, watching from the shadows. That night, as I lay in bed, I wondered if the diary had been a curse rather than a mere historical artifact. Evelyn's story seemed to have become my own, with the menacing presence that had once haunted her now looming over me. The past had reached out from the pages of that old diary, intertwining with my present in a way I could never have anticipated. The notes continued, each one more menacing than the last. The sense of dread grew stronger, and I realized that Evelyn's final, desperate plea was not just a cry from the past, it was a warning. The past had not stayed buried, and now it seemed to be dragging me into its dark depths. Story 22. Moving into a new apartment is always a mix of excitement and anxiety. When I first got the keys to the old 2-bedroom unit on the edge of town, I was thrilled. The place had character high ceilings, charming moldings, and a kitchen with a classic vintage feel. Little did I know, the excitement would soon turn to dread. It started with small things that seemed insignificant at first. I'd hear strange noises at night, soft rustling, faint thuds, but when I'd get up to check, everything appeared normal. The sounds were always just outside of my immediate sight, as if they were deliberately evading detection. Then came the refrigerator. Every morning I would find it slightly ajar. At first I thought it was just me being forgetful. I'd push the door shut, ensuring it clicked into place, and go about my day. But the problem persisted. Each morning the fridge door was open again. It seemed too deliberate to be a mere coincidence. Growing increasingly frustrated and uneasy, I decided to take action. I installed a small security camera in the kitchen, hoping to catch the culprit in the act. The setup was discreet, just a tiny, unobtrusive device mounted near the ceiling. I hoped it wouldn't intrude on the aesthetic of the room while it did its job. That night, I lay awake in bed, listening to the same rustling noises that had been troubling me. I tried to ignore them, convincing myself they were just the settling noises of an old building. The next morning, I awoke with a sense of trepidation. I rushed to the kitchen to check the footage from the camera. Watching the footage was an unsettling experience. I saw myself, groggy and disheveled, walk into the kitchen and open the fridge. As I rummaged through its contents, a strange flicker of movement caught my eye. I paused the video and rewound it. There, in the corner of the frame, was a figure emerging from behind a panel in the wall. The figure was slender and shrouded in shadows, but it was unmistakably human. I watched, horrified, as the person quietly approached the fridge, opened the door, and rummaged through its contents. They seemed to be searching for something specific, but left everything as it was before retreating back behind the wall. I replayed the footage several times, my mind racing. Who was this person? How long had they been living there? The compartment behind the wall was a mystery to me. It was something I had never noticed before, a hidden space that clearly wasn't on any of the apartment's blueprints. That evening, I made up my mind to confront the intruder. I found a crowbar in the utility closet and pried open the panel behind the fridge. It was hard work. The panel was heavy and stubborn. Eventually, I managed to remove it, revealing a narrow space behind the wall. The compartment was cramped and dimly lit by a small, flickering bulb. Inside was a makeshift living area, blankets strewn on the floor, a few personal belongings, and a small stash of food. And there, seated on the makeshift bed, was the figure from the video. They looked up at me with a mix of surprise and resignation. I took a deep breath and said, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The figure stood up slowly. They were a young woman, perhaps in her early 20s, with an anxious expression. She seemed to be caught between fear and embarrassment. "I'm sorry," she said softly. "I didn't mean to cause any trouble." I was taken aback. "You've been living here? How long?" She shifted uncomfortably. "A few weeks. I needed a place to stay. I didn't have anywhere else to go." I was incredulous. But why here? Why hide in my apartment? She looked down, fidgeting with her hands. I didn't want to intrude or make anyone uncomfortable. I was just passing through town, trying to get back on my feet. I thought I could just stay hidden for a while and then leave. The absurdity of her explanation hit me. "You're telling me you've been living behind my kitchen wall and using my fridge?" She nodded, her eyes filled with shame. "I didn't know how else to get by. I didn't mean to cause any harm. I'm really sorry." I was torn between anger and sympathy. You can't just live like this. It's dangerous and illegal. What if someone had found you in a different way? What if something had happened to you? She looked up at me, her eyes pleading. "I know, I didn't want this. I just needed a place to stay, even if it was unconventional." I sighed deeply, trying to process the situation. The idea of someone living behind the wall was unsettling, but seeing her desperation made me feel a pang of empathy. I didn't know what to do. Part of me wanted to call the authorities, but another part of me recognized that she was simply a person in need of help. After a long discussion, I decided to help her find a more suitable place to stay. I couldn't simply leave her in such a perilous situation. I helped her find a local shelter and provided her with some essentials to get her started. I also made sure to change the locks and check the apartment thoroughly for any other hidden spaces. It took a while for me to adjust to the aftermath of the discovery. The apartment, once a source of excitement, had become a place filled with lingering unease. I had to come to terms with the fact that someone had been living in secret within my home. In the end, I learned a valuable lesson about compassion and the complex nature of human circumstances. While I had been deeply disturbed by the invasion of my personal space, I also realized that everyone has their own struggles and reasons for their actions. It was an unsettling experience, but it also taught me the importance of empathy and understanding, even in the most unexpected and uncomfortable situations. Story 23. The forest was a sanctuary of solitude. I had always enjoyed camping alone, the silence of the woods, the distant call of a lone bird, and the soothing crackle of a campfire were the perfect backdrop for introspection. This weekend I had chosen a remote site deep in the woods, far from the usual campgrounds. I set up my tent, gathered some firewood, and settled in for a quiet night under the stars. The evening was clear, and the moonlight filtered through the treetops, casting a silvery glow on the forest floor. As I sat by the fire, lost in the tranquil beauty of my surroundings, I felt an unusual sense of unease creeping over me. It was a feeling I couldn't quite place, a shiver that ran up my spine despite the warmth of the fire. After a while, I crawled into my tent, eager to escape the chill that was beginning to settle in the air. The whispers began shortly after. At first, I thought it was the wind playing tricks on my ears, rustling through the leaves and branches. But as the whispers grew more distinct, I realized they were coming from outside my tent. They seemed to be a mixture of hushed voices, murmuring indistinctly, and I couldn't make out any words. My heart began to race, and I strained my ears, trying to pinpoint the source of the sounds. I unzipped the tent just a crack and peered outside, but the darkness revealed nothing but the silhouettes of trees and the faint glow of the campfire. I closed the flap and tried to dismiss the voices as figments of my imagination, a product of the isolation. However, the whispers persisted, growing louder and more insistent. Unable to ignore the growing anxiety, I decided to investigate. I grabbed a flashlight, my hands trembling slightly as I fumbled with the zipper of the tent. I stepped out into the cool night air, the ground cold under my feet. The forest was eerily silent now, the whispers replaced by a dense, unsettling quiet. I shone the flashlight around, its beam cutting through the darkness, illuminating the trees and underbrush. The forest seemed to be holding its breath, as if aware of the disturbance I was causing. I walked cautiously, following the faint traces of movement I thought I had seen earlier. The shadows seemed to dance around me, morphing with every sway of the trees. I kept my senses sharp, every crackle of a twig or rustle of leaves making me jump. As I ventured deeper into the woods, the flashlight beam fell upon an unsettling sight, another campsite. The tent was disheveled, the belongings scattered haphazardly around the site. A sleeping bag was crumpled on the ground, and a camp chair lay overturned. The fire pit was cold, the ashes a grayish heap. There were no signs of life, no trace of the camper who had once occupied this site. My heartbeat quickened as I took in the scene. There was something deeply unsettling about the abandoned campsite. It was as if the camper had vanished in the middle of some routine activity, leaving everything behind in a state of disarray. I scanned the area for any clues, but there was nothing, no footprints, no sign of struggle, just the scattered belongings and an eerie stillness. I felt a sudden, overwhelming sense of being watched. My skin crawled as if invisible eyes were observing my every move. The whispers from earlier seemed to echo in the back of my mind, now blending with the sounds of the forest. I could almost feel the weight of unseen presence pressing in on me. Panic set in. I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever had happened here could easily extend to my own campsite. I quickly retraced my steps, making my way back to my tent with a sense of urgency. Every rustle and snap of a twig seemed magnified, and I was acutely aware of the growing darkness around me. When I reached my tent, I packed up as quickly as I could, my hands working frantically to fold the tent and stow my gear. The familiar tasks were done with a sense of dread, each movement performed with an anxious haste. The shadows seemed to close in, and the whispers returned, this time almost sounding like they were right beside me. I finished packing and started my car, eager to leave the forest behind. The engine roared to life, and as I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The forest looked unchanged, serene and still, but the memory of the abandoned campsite haunted me. The road ahead was empty, the night filled with the comforting hum of the engine and the distant chirping of crickets. Yet, despite the distance I had put between myself and the forest, the feeling of being watched lingered. It wasn't until I was safely back in my apartment, the familiar surroundings of my home enveloping me in their warmth, that I began to feel somewhat at ease. Even now, the memory of that night still haunts me. The whispers, the abandoned campsite, and the feeling of unseen eyes have become a part of my mental landscape, a chilling reminder of the night when solitude took on a more sinister edge. The forest, once a refuge, had revealed a darker side, and the echoes of that eerie night remain with me, a silent, unsettling presence in my thoughts. Story 24. It was an ordinary Tuesday when I found the package on my doorstep. The cardboard was plain, with no return address or identifying marks, but it was heavy, like it contained something substantial. My curiosity got the better of me, and I brought it inside, carefully slicing through the tape with a knife. Inside, there was nothing but a single sheet of paper, folded neatly. I unfolded it, expecting perhaps a letter or a note, but all it said was, "I'm still here." The message was written in a neat, deliberate hand, and the lack of context made it all the more unsettling. Who was I, and what did they mean by still here? I shrugged it off, thinking it was probably some kind of prank or a mix-up from a well-meaning but misguided friend. I tossed the note into a drawer and went about my day, putting the strange message out of my mind. The next day, however, I discovered something even more disturbing. As I was cleaning the kitchen, I noticed a small slip of paper tucked behind a jar on the counter. The note read, "You've been using that jar every morning." It was followed by a crude sketch of the jar's placement on the counter. My heart skipped a beat. Who could have been watching me so closely? I tried to rationalize it, but the note felt like an eerie invasion of privacy. I checked the house thoroughly, looking for any signs of a break-in or hidden cameras, but everything seemed normal. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. Over the next few days, the messages continued. Each one seemed to be tailored to my daily routines. "Nice shoes for your run this morning," one note read, found on the windowsill next to my running shoes. Another, discovered in the bathroom, said, "Careful, it's cold outside." I had found it on the shelf where I kept my scarves and gloves. Each note was a creeping reminder that someone was monitoring my every move. I started to become hyper-aware of my surroundings. I'd catch myself glancing over my shoulder, checking behind curtains, and examining corners of my house I'd never given a second thought to before. The situation escalated when I received a note predicting my movements. I had been out for groceries, and when I returned home, I found a new message on my kitchen table. It read, "Welcome back. Did you get the brand you like?" There was no way anyone could have known my preferred brand of cereal without having followed me. Fear set in, deep and relentless. I felt like a character in some twisted game, with an unseen observer tracking my every move. The idea of someone being so intimately acquainted with my daily life was profoundly disturbing. I began changing my routines, hoping to throw off whoever was watching, but the notes kept coming. "You're not in your usual spot," read one that appeared in the living room, where I had moved my reading chair to a different corner. Determined to regain control, I installed security cameras around my home, hoping they might catch a glimpse of the intruder. But despite my vigilance, the notes continued. They were always in places I'd least expect, like the back of a picture frame or hidden inside the refrigerator door. Each one was a reminder that my security measures were inadequate. One night, unable to sleep, I decided to review the footage from my cameras. I scanned through hours of empty rooms, only to find that the tapes revealed nothing unusual. There were no signs of an intruder, no mysterious figures lurking in the shadows. It was as if the notes were appearing by some supernatural means. I was exhausted and on edge, my paranoia reaching new heights. I began to fear for my safety, convinced that someone was not only watching me but actively trying to unsettle me. I considered calling the police, but I hesitated. How could I explain the situation without sounding like I was losing my mind? In a last-ditch effort to regain some semblance of normalcy, I decided to confront the situation head-on. I wrote a note myself, which I left in a conspicuous spot on my front porch. It read, "I know you're watching me. What do you want?" The response came swiftly. The next morning, there was a new note on the front porch, right next to the one I had left. It said simply, "Just making sure you're aware." There was no further explanation, no clue as to who was behind this torment. That was the last note I received. Over time, the messages stopped, and I began to regain a sense of normalcy. Yet the fear lingered, a dark stain on my memories. I continued to be vigilant, always half expecting another note to appear, another reminder that someone was watching from the shadows. Though the notes ceased, their impact was lasting. I installed more security measures, changed my routines permanently, and became hyper-aware of my surroundings. The experience had irrevocably altered my sense of security, leaving me with a haunting reminder of how easily privacy can be invaded, and how unsettling it can be to realize that someone might be observing you, always just out of sight. Story 25. The abandoned hospital loomed in the twilight, its once pristine facade now a crumbling testament to decay. The building, long forsaken and overgrown with ivy, had always been a subject of local legend. It was rumored to have housed strange and sinister experiments in its final years of operation, and many claimed it was haunted by the echoes of its troubled past. Despite the tales, or perhaps because of them, I found myself irresistibly drawn to it. That Friday evening, I decided to explore the dilapidated structure with a few friends. We entered through a broken side door, our flashlights casting eerie beams of light across the dust-covered corridors. The air was thick with mildew and the faint smell of rot, mingling with the mustiness of forgotten memories. The walls were lined with peeling paint, and the floors creaked underfoot with every step we took. We split up to cover more ground, agreeing to meet back at the entrance in an hour. As I wandered through the winding halls, I stumbled upon a door marked records that had been left slightly ajar. The hinges groaned as I pushed it open, revealing a room cluttered with old filing cabinets and yellowing documents strewn across desks. The faint glow of my flashlight illuminated the titles on the folder's patient records, dated back decades, and notebooks filled with scrawled notes. Curiosity got the better of me, and I began to sift through the papers. The records were clinical and detached, detailing mundane aspects of patient care. However, as I dug deeper, I found entries that grew increasingly disturbing. One file contained detailed accounts of experimental procedures conducted on patients, each note more disquieting than the last. Descriptions of unauthorized drug trials, invasive surgeries performed without anesthesia, and unethical psychological experiments filled the pages. I felt a chill run down my spine as I read about the experiments. The notes spoke of pain and suffering inflicted in the name of research, of patients who had mysteriously disappeared. The handwriting became more erratic, the language more desperate, as though the author had become increasingly unhinged. It was clear that something deeply sinister had occurred in this place. The oppressive atmosphere of the room began to weigh on me, and a growing sense of dread crept in. I decided it was time to leave. As I turned to head back, the light from my flashlight flickered, and the temperature seemed to drop suddenly. My footsteps echoed through the empty halls, creating a disconcerting symphony of sound in the silence. I retraced my steps, but the layout of the hospital seemed to shift. The once familiar hallways appeared to twist and elongate, the exits moving further away with each turn. I tried to maintain my composure, telling myself it was just a trick of the mind, a result of anxiety and the strange layout of the building. My heart pounded as I quickened my pace, the oppressive feeling of being followed growing stronger. The shadows seemed to lengthen and stretch, coiling around me as though alive. I could hear faint, echoing footsteps behind me, mirroring my own. I glanced back, but there was no one there, only the dark, empty corridors stretching into an unsettling void. Desperation set in as I tried door after door, only to find them locked or leading to dead ends. The building seemed to mock my efforts, its labyrinthine passages a cruel maze designed to entrap. The more I struggled, the more disoriented I became. The sense of being watched was almost palpable, and every sound, every creak of the building felt like a whisper from a hidden observer. After what felt like hours, I finally found an exit door. My heart leaped with hope as I rushed toward it, only to find it barred from the other side. Panic surged through me as I pounded on the door, calling out for help that would never come. The shadows closed in, and the air grew colder, pressing in on me from all sides. In a moment of sheer terror, I turned back and made my way to the records room, hoping that retracing my steps might lead me to safety. The room was now dimly lit, the documents scattered more chaotically than before. I felt a wave of despair wash over me, realizing that the room had changed too. The walls seemed to close in, and the space felt infinitely smaller. Then, just as my hopes seemed to be slipping away, I heard a noise, a distant thud, followed by the sound of footsteps approaching. My flashlight's beam flickered one last time before going out entirely. The darkness was absolute, pressing in on me from all directions. I could hear my own breaths, shallow and ragged, as I waited in the oppressive silence. In the pitch black, I stumbled over a stack of papers and fell to the floor. A strange calm settled over me as I lay there, my fear mingling with exhaustion. It was then that I felt a hand, cold and firm, grasp my shoulder. I flinched, expecting the worst, but the grip was surprisingly gentle. The door creaked open, and the faintest sliver of light filtered in. I looked up to see my friends standing in the doorway, their faces etched with worry. They had come looking for me, their calls echoing through the halls, guiding me back to the light. With their help, I managed to escape the darkened maze of the hospital. As we left, the oppressive atmosphere of the building seemed to lift, though the sense of dread remained with me. The abandoned hospital receded into the distance, but its secrets, and the feeling of being pursued, stayed with me long after I had left its shadowy confines behind. Story 26. I've always been drawn to antique shops, enchanted by the idea of discovering something unique with a story of its own. It was during one of these wanderings that I stumbled upon the mirror. It was an ornate piece, with an intricately carved wooden frame that seemed to swirl and twist in patterns that felt both old-world and slightly unsettling. The glass was faintly tarnished, and though it was polished, it had a certain depth to it and allure that was hard to resist. I didn't give it too much thought when I purchased it. It was simply a beautiful object that would look splendid in my living room. It was only when I hung it on the wall that I began to notice the oddities. At first, the reflection seemed normal, if a little distorted. The mirror had a tendency to make the room look slightly different, but I figured it was just a quirk of its age. However, as days passed, I started seeing things in the reflection that didn't match my surroundings. At times, I'd noticed that the colors were off or objects seemed to shift places without me moving them. I attributed it to the mirror's age and my own overactive imagination. But then things began to escalate. One evening, as I was lounging in the living room, I glanced up at the mirror and saw something that made my blood run cold. There, in the reflection, was a shadowy figure standing behind me. I spun around, heart pounding, but the room was empty. When I turned back to the mirror, the figure was gone. I convinced myself it was a trick of the light, a figment of my imagination. After all, the room was dimly lit, and shadows could play tricks on anyone. Yet, the sensation persisted. Each night, as the room grew darker, the figure seemed to appear more often. Sometimes it was just a vague outline, other times it was more defined, almost as if someone were standing right there in my space. The feeling of being watched became an oppressive weight on my chest. I started avoiding the mirror, covering it with a cloth whenever I wasn't actively using it, hoping to quell the unsettling sensations. One particularly stormy night, the wind howling and rain lashing against the windows, I decided I couldn't take it anymore. Desperate to rid myself of the mirror and the eerie presence it seemed to harbor, I gathered the strength to confront it. I took a hammer and with trembling hands prepared to smash the cursed object. As I raised the hammer, a sudden gust of wind blew through the room, though all windows and doors were tightly shut. The mirror seemed to hum with a low, vibrating sound, and I hesitated, my resolve faltering. But then, with a determined breath, I brought the hammer down. To my shock, the mirror didn't shatter upon impact. Instead, it cracked in a spider web of fractures, the glass resisting the force as if it were somehow alive. I struck it again and again, my fear and frustration driving me to relentless blows. Finally, with a sharp crack, the mirror broke apart. But what lay behind it was far worse than I had imagined. As the pieces fell away, I saw that the back of the mirror was covered in strange etchings, messages, scrawled in what looked like dark, smudged ink, or perhaps something more sinister. The messages were erratic, almost as if they had been carved in a frenzy. Help me, one message read, written in jagged letters. Another, in a shaky hand, said, "They are watching." There were other phrases too, scribbled hastily, "No escape, Dante, trust them," and "behind the glass." Each message seemed to amplify the dread that had been creeping over me. The more I read, the more I realized that the mirror wasn't just a mirror. It was a conduit, a gateway to something malevolent. The figure I had seen in the reflection was not merely a trick of the light, but a manifestation of the dark energy trapped within the glass. The messages seemed to plead for release or warn of a threat, but their meanings were shrouded in mystery. That night I couldn't sleep. I felt as though the oppressive presence from the mirror had seeped into my home, lingering in the corners of my room. Every creak of the house, every shadow seemed to pulse with an eerie significance. The sense of being watched was now constant, a suffocating presence that made it hard to relax or even think clearly. Desperate for some form of closure, I contacted experts on antiques and paranormal phenomena, but they were unable to offer any concrete answers. The mirror had been removed from my home, but the feeling of unease never truly left. I began to question if the malevolent presence had ever been confined to the mirror, or if it had merely been using the glass as a vessel. I still wonder about the mirror's origins and the nature of the messages behind it. Was it a relic of something sinister, or was it a mere trick of the mind, amplified by fear? The mirror is gone, but the anxiety it stirred up lingers, a reminder of the shadows that sometimes dwell within the reflections we see. Story 27. The day started like any other. I woke up to the soft hum of my alarm clock and shuffled into the kitchen to make coffee. It was a routine I'd perfected over the years, a comforting ritual that eased me into the day. But this morning there was an unsettling surprise waiting for me, a package that had been left at my doorstep. It was a plain, brown box, unremarkable, except for the fact that it had no return address. The absence of any identifying information made my skin prickle with unease. I brought the package inside, set it on the kitchen counter, and stared at it for a moment, debating whether or not I should open it. A surge of curiosity eventually overcame my hesitation, and I carefully untaped the box. Inside, I found a single photograph resting on top of some crumpled newspaper. My heart sank as I saw what the photo depicted. It was a picture of me sleeping, taken from inside my own home. The shot was so clear that I could see the exact position I'd been lying in, my face partially hidden by the folds of my blanket. The realization that someone had been in my home while I was asleep was both terrifying and disorienting. I took a deep breath and scanned the kitchen, trying to steady my nerves. There were no signs of forced entry, and nothing seemed out of place. I moved through the house methodically, checking every room and every window. The house was as it should be, quiet and undisturbed. My heart raced with the knowledge that whoever had taken that photograph had been so close, yet there were no immediate signs of their presence. As I returned to the kitchen, my eyes fell on the photograph again, and I noticed a small note tucked underneath it. I unfolded it with trembling hands, my mind racing with possibilities. The note was simple, written in a neat, unadorned script. "Sleep tight. I'll be watching." The message sent a chill down my spine. The idea of being watched, of having my privacy so brazenly violated, was almost too much to bear. My thoughts raced through various scenarios. Was this a prank? A threat? Or was there someone out there who truly intended to do me harm? I immediately called the police, explaining the situation and providing them with the photograph and the note. An officer arrived within the hour, carefully examining the package and taking the photograph and note into evidence. They assured me that they would investigate, but warned me that without more concrete information, it might be difficult to track down the sender. The rest of the day was a blur of anxiety and paranoia. I tried to go about my usual activities, grocery shopping, answering emails, tidying up, but I found it impossible to concentrate. Every noise outside my house, every creak of the floorboards, seemed amplified in my heightened state of alertness. I kept checking the locks on my doors and windows, feeling a growing sense of vulnerability. As the days went by, I grew increasingly uneasy. The police had no new leads, and the lack of information left me feeling powerless. I began to notice subtle changes in my environment. Small things, like a slightly ajar window or an item on the kitchen counter being out of place, made me question whether someone was still observing me. I started to consider installing security cameras around my home, hoping that they might provide some sense of control and perhaps capture any suspicious activity. As I researched various options, the dread of being constantly monitored by an unseen presence weighed heavily on me. I found myself peering out of the windows more often, half expecting to catch a glimpse of someone lurking in the shadows. One evening, as I sat in my living room, I heard a faint rustling sound coming from outside. My heart raced as I slowly approached the window and peered through the blinds. The street was empty, bathed in the soft glow of streetlights. I tried to calm myself, reminding myself that the chances of an actual intruder were slim, but the anxiety persisted. A week after receiving the package, I received another surprise. This time, the package was left on my doorstep without any note or photograph. My hands trembled as I opened it, half expecting another chilling message. Instead, I found a small, innocuous item, a ceramic figurine of an owl, its eyes large and watchful. There was no indication of its significance or why it was sent, but it only added to the eerie atmosphere surrounding the entire situation. I decided to keep the figurine, placing it on a shelf in the living room, partly out of curiosity and partly as a symbol of the strange, unsettling events that had become a part of my daily life. The police continued their investigation, but the trail seemed to go cold. They suggested that I take additional safety measures, but they couldn't offer much more in terms of concrete action. The days turned into weeks, and the intensity of my fear began to wane, replaced by a grim acceptance of my new reality. I still found it difficult to relax completely, but I tried to reclaim a semblance of normalcy. I kept the windows locked, the doors bolted, and the security cameras rolling, hoping that these precautions might offer some measure of protection. The figure of the owl, with its watchful eyes, became a strange comfort in a way. It served as a reminder of the strange chapter in my life, a reminder that while I might not fully understand the motivations or identity of the person who had intruded into my private world, I could still take steps to safeguard my home and my peace of mind. The unsettling experience remained a part of me, but I resolved to face it with vigilance and a cautious optimism that one day the mystery might be resolved. Story 28. The day started out like any other. The sun was shining, birds were chirping, and the neighborhood was abuzz with the usual morning activities. My family and I had just finished breakfast and were preparing for our day when the doorbell rang. It was an unusual time for a visitor, but I thought little of it as I opened the door. Standing on our doorstep was a man I had never seen before. He was tall, with a heavy overcoat and a wide-brimmed hat that shadowed his face. His demeanor was calm, almost eerily so, and he held out a neatly wrapped gift without saying a word. Before I could react or even ask who he was, he simply turned and walked away, leaving me standing there with the package in hand. I hesitated for a moment, watching as he disappeared down the street. The peculiar encounter left me with a sense of unease, but I shrugged it off, attributing it to a mix-up or perhaps a misunderstanding. I carried the gift inside and set it on the dining table. It was wrapped in plain brown paper, tied with a simple string, and bore no markings or indication of who might have sent it. "Who was at the door?" my wife, Laura, asked as she joined me in the kitchen. "A stranger," I replied, motioning toward the gift. He left this and walked off before I could even ask him anything. Laura's curiosity was piqued. "Do you think it's some kind of prank?" "I don't know," I said, a note of concern in my voice. It didn't seem like a prank. There was something unsettling about the whole thing. We decided to open the gift together. With careful hands, I untied the string and peeled away the paper. Inside was an old-fashioned videotape, the kind that hadn't been used in years. The tape itself was unlabeled, adding to the growing sense of dread. Laura and I exchanged uneasy glances. I could see the same apprehension in her eyes that I felt. With a deep breath, I located our old VCR and set up the tape. As the machine whirred to life, the screen flickered, and the familiar blue static was soon replaced by a grainy, black and white video. The footage showed our home, our living room, kitchen, and even the children's bedrooms. It was a montage of scenes taken from various angles and at different times of day. I saw my family and me going about our daily routines, playing with the kids, preparing meals, and even moments of us simply relaxing. It was all recorded with an unsettlingly close and personal perspective. A shiver ran down my spine as I watched. It was as though someone had been watching us for an extended period, capturing the most intimate aspects of our lives. My heart raced as I glanced over at Laura, whose face was pale and stricken with worry. Then the video cut to a close-up of the note we had found inside the package. The camera was steady, and the note was written in plain black ink. It read, "I know everything about you." The message was brief but chilling. My mind raced with questions and fears. Who had been watching us? How long had this been going on? The feeling of vulnerability was overwhelming. It was as if every moment of our lives had been scrutinized by an unseen observer. Laura and I spent the rest of the day in a state of high anxiety. We checked the locks on all the doors and windows, and I made sure the security system was functioning properly. I couldn't shake the feeling that our home, once a place of safety and comfort, had become a stage for someone else's twisted game. As night fell, I found it impossible to relax. The house was unusually quiet. Each creak of the floorboards or rustle of the wind outside felt amplified. We tried to carry on with our usual evening routines, but the atmosphere was heavy with apprehension. The children had sensed the tension and were unusually subdued, adding to the sense of dread that seemed to envelop us. When bedtime came, I lay awake in the dark, unable to sleep. The images from the video replayed in my mind, each one a stark reminder of the intrusion into our lives. I worried about the safety of my family and the implications of the stranger's message. The fact that someone knew so much about us was deeply unsettling. Every sound seemed ominous. I kept checking the security cameras, scrutinizing the footage for any signs of movement or unusual activity. The quiet hum of the night felt like a prelude to something terrible, and my imagination ran wild with scenarios of what could be happening outside our walls. I tried to focus on practical steps we could take. We contacted the police and reported the incident, but their reassurances did little to quell our fears. They promised to investigate, but the feeling of helplessness lingered. As the hours ticked by, my exhaustion began to catch up with me, but sleep remained elusive. The stranger's gift had turned a peaceful night into a long, torturous vigil. With every passing minute, the sense of being watched and the dread of the unknown grew more intense. The next morning I was bleary-eyed and on edge, but determined to take back some semblance of normalcy. The sense of invasion lingered, and while we took steps to fortify our home and improve our security, the unease remained. The stranger's gift had left a mark on our lives, a haunting reminder that sometimes the most unsettling threats come not from within our own minds, but from the dark, unseen corners of our world. Story 29. The evening had begun with all the hallmarks of a perfect party. Laughter filled the air, mingling with the clinking of glasses and the warm glow of lights strung across the living room. Friends and acquaintances had gathered in the cozy, elegantly decorated space, the festive atmosphere radiating from every corner of the house. Julia Spencer, the host, was in her element, moving gracefully between conversations, ensuring everyone had what they needed, and occasionally slipping away to check on the food and drinks. Everything was going smoothly until Julia noticed something unusual. As she made her way back from the kitchen, a man she didn't recognize stood in the middle of her living room. He was casually dressed in jeans and a button-down shirt, and he had an air of calm confidence about him. He was engaged in an animated conversation with a group of her guests, seemingly blending in as though he were an old friend of everyone there. Julia paused, a frown creasing her forehead. She scanned the crowd, trying to match faces with names, and came up empty. She didn't recall inviting anyone new. Her curiosity turned to concern as she approached the stranger, her smile faltering. "Excuse me," Julia said, trying to sound friendly but firm. "I don't believe we've met. I'm Julia, the host. How did you come to be here?" The man turned to face her, his expression unreadable. He was in his early 30s, with neatly tousled hair and an air of detached amusement. His eyes were an unusual shade of green that seemed to flicker in the dim light. "Oh, hi," he said, his tone casual. "I'm here just waiting for someone." Julia's eyebrows arched in confusion. "Waiting for someone? I don't recall anyone mentioning a guest for you." The man's smile remained, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. "Yes, well, sometimes plans change. I didn't think it would be a problem to join in until they arrive." Julia felt a shiver of unease at the casual dismissal. There was something off about his demeanor, a sense that he was too comfortable, too composed in a situation where he clearly didn't belong. She took a deep breath, her instincts urging her to maintain control. "Look, I'm sorry, but I really don't think you should be here. Could you please leave?" she asked, her voice steady but with an underlying edge of authority. The man's eyes narrowed slightly, and for a moment Julia saw a flicker of something, defiance perhaps, but then it was gone, replaced by a bland, easygoing smile. "Sure, I understand. I'll be on my way. I'm just finishing up a conversation. No need to be so formal about it." Julia nodded, watching as he casually strolled towards the door. She followed him, making sure he exited the house and closed the door behind him. The moment the door clicked shut, she felt a wave of relief. The party continued, but the unease lingered. Julia tried to shake off the feeling and focus on her guests, but the stranger's presence had cast a shadow over the evening. She couldn't help but glance out the windows periodically, half expecting to see him lurking outside, watching the festivities. The hours ticked by slowly, each minute stretching longer than the last. Julia found herself increasingly distracted, her attention divided between her guests and the gnawing worry that had settled in her gut. The conversations felt distant, the laughter hollow. Every time she heard a noise or saw a shadow move outside, her heart skipped a beat. Around midnight, as the party began to wind down and guests started to leave, Julia decided to do a final check around the house. She moved through the rooms, straightening up and making sure everything was in order. Her footsteps echoed through the empty spaces, the silence amplifying her sense of unease. In the dimly lit hallway leading to the front door, she paused. There was something unsettling about the quiet that enveloped the house, a tension that seemed to cling to the walls. As she reached the door, she noticed something unusual, a small, crumpled note lying on the floor just inside the entrance. Julie picked it up, her fingers trembling slightly. The note was written in neat, precise handwriting. It read, "I was just passing through. Watch closely. It will come for you next." Julia's blood ran cold. She glanced around the empty hallway, the sense of being watched growing stronger. She hurried to the front door and looked outside, but the street was empty. No sign of the stranger. Shaking, Julia placed the note in her pocket and closed the door firmly. She locked it and turned off the lights, determined to rid herself of the unsettling feeling. She tried to convince herself it was nothing more than a prank, a harmless mischief from an uninvited guest. But deep down, she couldn't shake the nagging fear that there was something more sinister at play. The party ended, and her guests departed, leaving her alone in the darkened house. As Julia prepared for bed, she found herself jumping at every sound, her mind racing with unsettling possibilities. The stranger's presence and the cryptic note had left an indelible mark on her psyche. That night, Julia lay in bed with one eye open, the shadows of her room seeming to shift and dance in the corners of her vision. The sense of being watched never left her, a chilling reminder that sometimes the intruders we least expect can leave the deepest scars. The next morning, the sun came up, casting a warm glow over the house, but it did little to dispel the lingering unease. Julia couldn't help but wonder if the stranger's warning had been more than just a cryptic message. As she went about her day, she remained vigilant, constantly aware of her surroundings, unable to fully shake the feeling that something or someone was still out there, watching and waiting. Story 30. The mailbox was an unassuming part of my daily routine. I'd pick up the mail each evening as I returned from work, sifting through bills and catalogs with a practiced disinterest. But one particular evening I found something different, a stack of notes, folded neatly and stuffed into the mailbox, each one handwritten in a meticulous flowing script. The first note was innocuous enough, merely describing my routine with alarming precision. It mentioned the time I left for work, the route I took, and even the specific brand of coffee I bought from the cafe on the corner. At first, I thought it was a prank or perhaps a misplaced piece of mail. I glanced at the second note, which continued with similar details documenting my entire day, from my gym visit to the exact time I walked my dog in the park. The notes were unsettling, but not yet enough to make me panic. I chalked it up to a misguided but harmless joke. The final note, however, was different. It read, "I'm closer than you think." My blood ran cold as I realized the implications. This wasn't just a series of odd coincidences or random observations, it was a deliberate, calculated observation of my life. Panic set in. I knew I needed to investigate, but where to start? I reviewed the notes, trying to piece together any hints about the sender's identity or their motives. I considered calling the police, but the lack of any concrete threats made me hesitant. After all, it could just be someone with an obsession, and nothing more. I decided to conduct my own investigation. The notes had mentioned specific events and locations around my house, so I began by checking those areas meticulously. I started with the front porch, where the mail had been delivered. Nothing seemed out of place. I moved on to the windows and the backyard, searching for any signs of tampering or surveillance equipment. Everything appeared normal, but the creeping feeling of being watched wouldn't leave me. Determined to find the source of the notes, I began inspecting my home more thoroughly. I checked under furniture, behind curtains, and inside the closets. Still, I found nothing. The anxiety was building with each passing minute, each new area of the house inspected, leaving me more and more desperate. I was about to give up when I noticed a small, inconspicuous object tucked behind a bookcase in the living room. It was a tiny black lens, almost invisible against the dark wood. My heart raced as I realized what it was. I had found my first hidden camera. Shaking, I continued my search with renewed urgency. I found more cameras, small, nearly undetectable devices hidden behind picture frames, inside smoke detectors, and even in the vents. Each discovery added to my growing sense of dread. Someone had been watching me, recording my every move without my knowledge. The more cameras I found, the more I felt my world closing in. The realization that someone had been observing me for an extended period was terrifying. I felt a profound invasion of privacy, a sense that my entire life had been turned into a spectacle for someone's twisted enjoyment. I decided it was time to contact the authorities. I gathered all the cameras I had found and called the police, providing them with the notes and the evidence of surveillance. They arrived promptly and conducted their own investigation. It was clear from the evidence that someone had gone to great lengths to monitor my activities, but their identity remained elusive. The police took the evidence away, and I was left alone with my fear and anxiety. The sense of being watched didn't dissipate even after the cameras were removed. I felt a constant paranoia, as if the person who had been tracking me might still be lurking somewhere nearby. Days turned into weeks, and despite the police's best efforts, no leads emerged. The investigation stalled, leaving me with no answers. I continued to live in a state of heightened vigilance, every creak of the house, every shadow outside my window, filling me with dread. The notes stopped coming after the cameras were discovered, but the impact on my sense of security was profound. I had to reevaluate my daily routines and implement new security measures. I installed an alarm system and reinforced the locks on my doors and windows. My home, once a sanctuary, had become a place of anxiety and fear. Even now, years later, I can't shake the feeling that someone knows too much about me. The experience left a lasting mark on my psyche. I find it difficult to trust easily and often look over my shoulder, wary of any sign of intrusion. The notes were a chilling reminder of how vulnerable we can be, even in the places where we should feel safest. In a way, I've become more vigilant about my surroundings, more aware of the technology we use daily. But the fear remains, a quiet undercurrent in my life. The hidden message in those notes still haunts me. I'm closer than you think. It's a phrase that has become a dark echo in my mind, a reminder of the unsettling reality that someone was once very close, watching from the shadows. Story 31. I was deep into spring cleaning, which for me meant sorting through long neglected corners of my house. The process always felt cathartic, an opportunity to clear out the old and make space for the new. The attic, with its cobwebs and dust-laden memories, was always the final frontier. On this particular day, I was determined to tackle it once and for all. Among the boxes of forgotten trinkets and faded mementos, I came across a small, ornate box, its surface adorned with intricate carvings that had long since lost their luster. Curiosity got the better of me, and I carefully opened it. Inside, nestled in a bed of moth-eaten velvet, was an old photograph. I picked it up and felt a shiver run down my spine. The photo was a black and white portrait of a young woman who looked strikingly like me. She had the same angular face, the same dark hair, and even the same intense, inquisitive eyes. But her attire was completely different. She wore a Victorian-style dress with a high collar and voluminous sleeves, the kind that seemed almost theatrical in its formality. The background was a studio setting, adorned with drapes and old-fashioned props. I stared at the photo, my heartbeat quickening. The resemblance was uncanny, to the point where it felt almost unreal. I flipped the photo over, but there was no name or date, only a smudged inscription that was difficult to read. I set it down, trying to shake off the unsettling feeling it had stirred in me. As I continued my cleaning, I noticed that the light in the attic began to flicker sporadically. I told myself it was just an old wiring issue, something that was bound to happen in a house as old as mine. I moved to the next box, but the flickering intensified, and the room was cast in a strobe-like light that seemed to amplify my growing anxiety. The photograph stayed on my mind, and no matter how hard I tried to focus on the task at hand, I kept finding my gaze drifting back to it. There was something profoundly unsettling about seeing a person who was so clearly my double, yet from another time. I couldn't help but wonder about the connection between us, if any existed. My curiosity soon turned to dread as the flickering lights became more erratic. Shadows danced across the walls, and the attic seemed to take on a life of its own. The air grew colder, and I felt a presence that made my skin crawl. I decided to leave the attic, but as I turned to head for the stairs, I was startled by a sudden gust of wind that seemed to blow from nowhere, scattering dust and sending a shiver through me. Trying to calm my racing heart, I went downstairs, but the sense of unease followed me. The flickering lights continued, and the house seemed to groan under an invisible weight. I tried to distract myself by putting away the cleaning supplies, but every creak of the floorboards and every flicker of the light made me more anxious. That night, as I lay in bed, the image of the photograph haunted my thoughts. I couldn't shake the feeling that it was more than just an old picture. I found myself tossing and turning, unable to escape the sense of being watched. Eventually, I drifted into a restless sleep, only to be jolted awake by a noise. The sound was faint but persistent, a scratching noise coming from the attic. I lay there, my heart pounding, trying to convince myself it was just the house settling. But the scratching grew louder, almost like the sound of nails scraping against wood. I knew I had to check it out. I crept out of bed and made my way to the attic. The light from the hallway barely penetrated the darkness above, and the flickering from the old light bulb in the attic added to the eerie atmosphere. I hesitated at the top of the stairs, but the scratching continued, growing more frantic. When I finally opened the attic door, I was hit by a rush of cold air. The flickering light revealed the photo lying face up on the floor, as though it had been thrown. I picked it up, and as I stared at it again, the temperature in the attic seemed to drop even further. The lights flickered violently, casting strange, elongated shadows across the walls. The scratching noise stopped abruptly, replaced by an almost palpable silence. I felt a chill run down my spine and turned to leave, but a figure materialized in the darkness, a shadowy form that seemed to shift and writhe as though it were struggling to take shape. The resemblance to the woman in the photograph was unmistakable, though the figure was darker and more menacing. Panic surged through me, and I bolted down the stairs, slamming the attic door behind me. My breaths came in short, ragged gasps, and I felt a sense of impending doom. I tried to convince myself that I had imagined the figure, but the fear lingered, a shadow over my every thought. The next day, I returned to the attic, determined to confront whatever was haunting me. The photograph was still there, but everything else seemed normal. I searched the attic for any signs of tampering or hidden secrets, but found nothing out of the ordinary. Despite my efforts to rationalize the events, the photo and the figure in the attic left an indelible mark on my psyche. The flickering lights and the scratching sounds never returned, but the sense of dread persisted. I couldn't escape the feeling that the photograph had connected me to something beyond my understanding, a dark reflection of a past that was never meant to be uncovered. From that day on, I kept the photograph hidden away, locked in a drawer where I hoped it would remain undisturbed. But the chilling memory of that night stayed with me, a reminder of the eerie intersection between past and present, and the dark mysteries that sometimes lie just out of reach. Story 32. It was a crisp autumn evening when my neighbor, Mr. Thompson, knocked on my door. I had only recently moved into the neighborhood, and while most of my interactions with the locals had been polite but brief, Mr. Thompson had always been a bit of an enigma. His home was a large, ivy-clad house that seemed to loom over the street, and he rarely left it. His behavior had been peculiar from the start, and I often saw him peering through the windows with an unsettling intensity. This evening, however, was different. Mr. Thompson had a warm smile on his face and held a bottle of wine in his hand. "I hope I'm not disturbing you," he said. "I've been meaning to apologize for my previous behavior. I'd like to invite you over for dinner to make amends." I was taken aback. In the few months I had lived here, Mr. Thompson's behavior had been anything but welcoming. There had been odd occurrences, a few incidents where he'd stared at me from his porch, murmuring to himself, or the time when he seemed to show up out of nowhere during my evening walks. But his invitation was genuine, and the offer of a home-cooked meal was too tempting to refuse. Of course, Mr. Thompson. I'd be happy to come over, I replied, trying to mask my apprehension. That evening, I made my way to Mr. Thompson's house, feeling a mix of curiosity and unease. The air was cool, and the street lights cast long shadows across the leaf-strewn sidewalks. When I arrived, Mr. Thompson greeted me at the door with a gracious smile and ushered me inside. His home was beautifully decorated, with antique furnishings and an assortment of elegant artwork. The ambience was surprisingly cozy, and I was quickly offered a glass of wine. As we settled into the dining room, I couldn't help but notice the wall covered with framed photographs. The images were striking. Each one featured people with expressions of sheer terror, their eyes wide and mouths agape as though frozen in fear. The dinner was delicious, and Mr. Thompson was an attentive host, regaling me with tales of his travels and his love for fine cuisine. Despite his apparent friendliness, my gaze kept drifting back to the photographs. They were haunting and unsettling. The people in the photos seemed to be in various states of distress, and it was clear they had been captured at moments of intense fear. Eventually, my curiosity got the better of me. Mr. Thompson, those photographs on the wall, where are they from? Why do they look so frightened? He paused, his eyes glinting with an odd, unreadable emotion. Ah, those, he said with a strange, almost sadistic smile. You'll understand soon enough. I chuckled nervously, unsure if he was making a joke or if there was a deeper meaning behind his words. The rest of the dinner proceeded in an almost surreal haze. I tried to focus on the conversation, but my mind kept wandering back to the eerie photographs. Mr. Thompson's demeanor remained polite and charming, but there was a cold, calculating edge to his behavior that I couldn't ignore. After dinner, Mr. Thompson offered to show me around the house. I hesitated but agreed, driven by a mix of politeness and an insatiable curiosity. As we walked through the various rooms, the feeling of unease grew stronger. The house was vast, with long corridors and hidden corners, and there was something off about the way Mr. Thompson seemed to lead me through certain areas with an almost theatrical flourish. When we reached the basement, Mr. Thompson seemed particularly eager to show it off. He opened the door with a flourish and invited me down. The basement was dimly lit and filled with odd contraptions and strange devices. There were shelves lined with books on obscure subjects, and in one corner, I noticed a collection of what appeared to be old medical instruments. "What is all this?" I asked, trying to mask my discomfort. Mr. Thompson's smile widened. "This is where my real work takes place. It's a passion of mine, a hobby, really. I study the human psyche and the nature of fear. Those photographs on the wall are part of my research." A chill ran down my spine. "Research? What do you mean?" He walked over to a large book on a table and flipped it open. The pages were filled with detailed notes and diagrams related to fear responses and psychological trauma. "I capture fear in its rawest form," he explained. "It's a way of understanding how it affects people. The photographs are moments of genuine terror, captured at the peak of their intensity." I struggled to process what he was saying. But why? Why would you want to do that? Mr. Thompson's eyes gleamed with a disturbing light. Fear is a powerful emotion. Understanding it can reveal a lot about human nature. And it's fascinating to observe how different people react to the same stimuli. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. The more I learned about Mr. Thompson's research, the more I realized how unsettling it was. He seemed to revel in the power he had over others, using their fear as a means to satisfy his curiosity. As I excused myself and made my way to the door, Mr. Thompson's voice followed me. "I hope you've enjoyed the evening. I look forward to our next conversation." I left his house with a profound sense of unease. The night air felt colder as I walked back to my apartment, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I had narrowly escaped something deeply disturbing. The photographs, the basement, and Mr. Thompson's twisted fascination with fear all left me feeling unsettled. In the days that followed, I kept my distance from Mr. Thompson, avoiding any further interaction. The photographs in the basement stayed with me, a haunting reminder of the darkness that can lie behind a seemingly friendly facade. I learned to be cautious, realizing that sometimes curiosity can lead to unsettling truths. Story 33. The air was heavy with humidity as I drove down the desolate country road, the summer sun casting long shadows across the landscape. I had taken a wrong turn on my way home from a weekend getaway, and now found myself on a secluded stretch of road, flanked by thick woods on either side. My phone's GPS had lost signal, and I was beginning to feel a bit uneasy. The road seemed to stretch endlessly, with no sign of civilization in sight. Then I spotted a car abandoned on the side of the road, half hidden by overgrown grass and the encroaching forest. The vehicle was an older model, its paint faded and peeling, and it looked as if it had been there for years. The sight of the abandoned car was unsettling, but my curiosity got the better of me. I decided to pull over and investigate. I parked my car a few dozen feet away and approached the abandoned vehicle cautiously. As I got closer, I noticed personal belongings scattered around the area: an open suitcase, a few articles of clothing strewn across the grass, and a small, battered backpack lying on the ground. My heart began to race. Something about the scene felt wrong, and a creeping sense of dread settled over me. I approached the car and peered inside. The interior was dusty and disheveled, with empty food wrappers and a few discarded items littering the floor. It looked like someone had left in a hurry. As I continued to inspect the area, I noticed a small, leather-bound diary tucked under the driver's seat. It was almost as if it had been deliberately hidden there, waiting to be discovered. I picked up the diary with trembling hands and opened it. The pages were filled with frantic, hurried scrawls. The handwriting was erratic and barely legible, but the message was clear. The entries described a growing sense of paranoia and fear. Phrases like "they're coming for me," "I can't hide anymore and I hear them outside" were scattered throughout the pages. One entry was particularly chilling: "They've found me. I can't stay here. I need to leave before it's too late." The diary's contents sent shivers down my spine. I couldn't shake the feeling that something terrible had happened here. My first instinct was to call the police, but when I reached for my phone, I found that I had no signal. I tried dialing 911 anyway, but the call wouldn't go through. My stomach churned with anxiety. Being alone in this remote area, with no way to contact help, made me feel vulnerable and exposed. I glanced around the area, trying to shake off the unsettling feeling that I was being watched. The woods surrounding me seemed darker and more oppressive now, and every rustle of leaves or snap of twigs sent my heart into overdrive. I strained my ears, trying to catch any sign of movement, but all I heard was the distant hum of insects and the occasional chirp of birds. The sense of being observed grew stronger. I tried to rationalize my fears, convincing myself it was just my imagination running wild. I returned to the car and the abandoned belongings, hoping to find something that might explain the situation. I rifled through the suitcase and backpack, but the items were mundane clothes, a few personal effects, and a tattered map of the area. There was nothing that gave me a clue about who had been here or why they had left in such haste. The diary remained the most unsettling piece. It felt like a cry for help from someone who had been in a desperate situation. I was about to leave when I noticed something else: a small, folded note tucked into the diary. With a sense of trepidation, I unfolded it. The note was simple and contained just a single line: "You're not alone." My heart pounded. I scanned the surrounding woods again, feeling a prickling sensation on the back of my neck. The message was like a confirmation of my worst fears. I felt an urgent need to get out of there and back to safety. I hurried back to my car, glancing over my shoulder every few seconds. The woods seemed to close in around me, and every shadow felt menacing. As I started the engine and began to drive away, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. The trees blurred past in a disorienting swirl, and I drove faster than I had ever driven before, my eyes fixed on the road ahead. When I finally reached a spot where the signal returned, I called the police and reported the abandoned car and the disturbing diary. I gave them the location and described the items I had found. They promised to send someone out to investigate, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I had already been too late. For days afterward, I couldn't shake the sense of unease that had settled over me. I found myself frequently checking my surroundings, feeling like I was being watched even in the safety of my own home. The diary's messages and the eerie note haunted my thoughts, and I couldn't stop wondering what had happened to the person who had written them. The police investigation turned up little. They found the abandoned car and the belongings, but no clues about the previous owner or what might have happened. The case remained open, but with no leads, it quickly grew cold. The woods around that lonely stretch of road remained a mystery, a place where fear and uncertainty had touched my life in a way I couldn't easily forget. Every time I drive past that area, I can't help but glance towards the woods, half expecting to see something or someone lurking in the shadows. The sense of dread that I felt that day has never completely faded, and I'm always left with the unsettling thought that something or someone is still out there, watching from the darkness. Story 34. The office building was eerily quiet as the clock ticked past midnight. The hum of the fluorescent lights overhead was the only sound that punctuated the silence of the long, empty hallway. My work had dragged on into the late hours, and I found myself alone in the vast expanse of cubicles and empty meeting rooms. The building, usually bustling with activity during the day, was now a cavernous shell, its corridors echoing with a sense of abandonment. I had stayed late to finish a particularly challenging project, the deadline looming over me like a dark cloud. My colleagues had long since gone home, their desks deserted and their computers powered down. I was accustomed to working late, but tonight felt different. An inexplicable sense of unease settled over me as the minutes ticked by. The long hallway that connected the offices to the break room seemed particularly foreboding in the dim light. The walls, lined with muted paintings and company posters, appeared to stretch endlessly, their details obscured by the shadows. I was at my desk, furiously typing away, when I first heard a faint sound that seemed to come from the hallway. It was a rhythmic tapping, like footsteps echoing off the walls. I paused and listened, my heart racing. The sound was distant but unmistakable. I turned around, peering into the hallway, but there was no one there. The emptiness of the corridor was both unsettling and reassuring. I shook my head, dismissing the noise as a trick of the building's acoustics, perhaps the result of the heating system or a draft. Returning to my work, I tried to focus, but the noise persisted. It was as though someone was walking just out of sight, their footsteps muffled but constant. I glanced up at the clock on the wall. It was already past 1 in the morning. My fatigue was starting to cloud my judgment, and I couldn't shake the growing feeling that I wasn't alone. Determined to finish my task, I pressed on, but the sound grew louder and more persistent. It was no longer just a distant echo, but a clear and deliberate rhythm, like someone was pacing back and forth just outside my line of sight. I could feel my nerves fraying, and the sound seemed to follow me as I moved from one side of my desk to the other, searching for any source of the disturbance. With growing frustration, I decided to investigate. I walked cautiously down the hallway, my footsteps echoing in the silence. The lights flickered slightly, casting erratic shadows that danced along the walls. I reached the break room and peered inside, but it was empty. The sound had stopped as suddenly as it had started. Feeling a mix of relief and trepidation, I turned to head back to my desk. But as I walked, the sound began again, clearer and more insistent. The footsteps seemed to follow me, each step resonating with a sense of purpose. I quickened my pace, but the footsteps remained in sync with my own, their rhythm unwavering and unnervingly close. I reached my desk and tried to focus on my work, but the noises were too distracting. The air in the hallway felt heavier, the silence between each footstep more pronounced. I glanced at the clock again, 2 a.m. The building seemed to be closing in around me, its vastness amplifying the sounds and making them feel more oppressive. The sound of footsteps grew louder, and the tapping became almost a pounding. It was as though someone was walking just behind me, their presence growing more insistent and threatening. I could no longer ignore the feeling that I was being watched, and every instinct screamed at me to leave. I stood up abruptly, the chair scraping loudly against the floor. The noise in the hallway seemed to intensify, and I felt a surge of panic. I grabbed my coat and quickly gathered my things, my hands shaking as I fumbled with my belongings. The footsteps were now a relentless barrage, echoing with an urgency that matched my rising fear. With a final glance at the empty office, I bolted down the hallway, my footsteps pounding in rhythm with the unseen presence behind me. The hallway seemed to stretch endlessly, the exit sign flickering in the distance like a beacon of hope. I ran as fast as I could, the sound of the footsteps echoing louder and louder in my ears. The walls seemed to close in, and every shadow seemed to twist and writhe, as though trying to reach out and pull me back. I reached the stairwell and stumbled down the steps, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The footsteps followed me even here, their echo reverberating off the concrete walls. I burst through the stairwell door and into the lobby, the large glass doors ahead of me. My heart pounded in my chest as I raced toward the exit, the echoing footsteps still ringing in my ears. With a final burst of adrenaline, I pushed through the lobby doors and into the cool night air. I stood outside, gasping for breath, and looked back at the office building. The lights flickered in the windows, and the building seemed to loom ominously against the dark sky. The footsteps had ceased, leaving only the sound of my heavy breathing and the distant hum of the city. I never returned to that office building after that night. The echoes of those footsteps haunted me, a chilling reminder of the darkness that seemed to linger in the empty corridors. The building remained abandoned, its secrets locked away behind its silent walls, and I could only wonder what had truly walked those hallways with me, leaving its echoing mark on my soul. Story 35. It was a quiet Saturday morning when the package arrived. The sun had just started to filter through the curtains, casting a warm, golden hue over my living room. I had been up early, making a pot of coffee and enjoying the tranquility of a rare day off. I hadn't been expecting any deliveries, so I was surprised to find a plain brown box on my doorstep when I went out to get the newspaper. The box was unremarkable, with no return address or any indication of where it had come from. My name was scribbled in black ink on the top, but that was the only identifying mark. Curiosity got the better of me, and I brought the package inside, setting it on the kitchen counter. My coffee forgotten, I open the box with a mix of excitement and apprehension. Inside, there was a small, unmarked envelope and a compact digital recorder. The envelope contained a single sheet of paper with a handwritten note, "You're never alone." The message was unsettling in its simplicity, and it sent a chill down my spine. I turned the note over, hoping for more information, but there was nothing else. The recorder was a basic model, with just a few buttons: play, stop, and rewind. I hesitated for a moment, then pressed play. The recording started with the soft, ambient sounds of a quiet room, my room. It was clear from the gentle rustling of bed sheets and the faint hum of the air conditioner that the recording had been made while I was asleep. My heart pounded as I listened. The recording was unremarkable at first, the sound of my steady breathing, the occasional shift in my position. But then, as the minutes ticked by, I heard something that made my blood run cold. There was a faint, almost imperceptible noise in the background, footsteps, perhaps, or the sound of someone moving quietly. It was so subtle that I almost missed it, but once I became aware of it, it seemed to grow louder and more pronounced. I stared at the recorder in disbelief. The implications of the recording were terrifying. It meant someone had been in my house while I was asleep, watching me. I couldn't remember hearing any unusual noises, but then again I had been in a deep sleep. A panic set in as I thought about the security of my home. I grabbed my phone and called the police, trying to keep my voice steady as I described the situation. An officer arrived within the hour, taking the recorder and the note for examination. They assured me they would investigate, but mentioned that it might take some time. With the police taking care of the investigation, I decided to check my home thoroughly. I started in the bedroom, where the recording had been made. I examined every nook and cranny, from under the bed to inside the closet. I even checked the windows and the locks, but everything seemed to be in order. There were no signs of forced entry or tampering. Next, I moved through the rest of the house, methodically searching every room. The living room, the kitchen, the bathrooms, all were scrutinized with a growing sense of dread. I found nothing out of the ordinary, no signs that anyone had been there recently. Everything was in its place, but the feeling of being watched lingered, a constant and oppressive presence. As the days went by, the sense of unease only grew stronger. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was still watching me. I started to notice subtle changes in my daily routine, the lights flickering slightly, the sound of a door creaking open in the middle of the night. My once safe home now felt like a trap, and I became hyper-aware of every little sound. I took additional precautions, installing extra locks on the doors and adding security cameras to monitor the exterior of the house. I hoped that these measures would provide some reassurance and perhaps catch whoever was responsible if they attempted to return. But even with these precautions, the paranoia never left. The police investigation yielded no results. There were no fingerprints or traces of evidence that could lead to a suspect. The recording was analyzed, but no new information came to light. It was as if the person who had left the package had vanished without a trace. The experience left me feeling vulnerable and anxious. I couldn't help but wonder if the message, "You're never alone," was more than just a warning. It felt like a taunt, a reminder that someone had invaded my privacy and left me with the haunting knowledge that they could return at any time. Months have passed since the package arrived, and I've tried to return to some semblance of normalcy. I've become accustomed to the new security measures and the constant vigilance that comes with them. But the fear remains, a shadow that lurks in the corners of my mind. The package and its unsettling contents have become a part of my life, a reminder that my sense of security was fragile and that there are some things we can never fully control. I've learned to live with the knowledge that my privacy was breached in the most invasive way possible, and that there are some mysteries that may never be solved. Every creak of the floorboards, Every flicker of a light makes me question if someone is still out there watching. The feeling of being alone in my own home is now tainted by the knowledge that, at least once, I truly wasn't. Story 36. The first night I heard it, I thought it was just the wind playing tricks on me. I had been lying in bed, the house enveloped in silence, when a faint, eerie laughter drifted through the open window. It was a disconcerting sound, distant yet strangely clear, and it made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I peered out into the dark street below, but saw nothing unusual, just the familiar outlines of parked cars and the quiet hum of streetlights. The laughter continued sporadically over the next few nights, always just out of reach, echoing softly through the night air. It wasn't the kind of laughter you'd expect from a joyful gathering, but rather a low, sinister chuckle that seemed to come from a place far away. It gnawed at my sense of security, like a shadow that refused to be banished. By the fourth night, the sound had become a relentless presence. I lay awake in bed, listening to it echo through the walls of my apartment. My curiosity and anxiety were tangled together, and I felt an overwhelming urge to track down the source of the sound. I slipped out of bed, tiptoed across the room, and peered out the window. The street below was still empty, the quiet broken only by the distant hum of traffic. The laughter persisted, faint but persistent, as if it were coming from somewhere nearby but hidden from view. I decided to follow it, hoping to uncover whatever was behind this unnerving disturbance. I pulled on a jacket and stepped out into the cool night air. The laughter seemed to be coming from a nearby alleyway, a narrow, dimly lit passage between two buildings that I rarely used. I walked cautiously towards it, my footsteps echoing softly in the stillness of the night. As I approached the alley, the laughter grew louder, more distinct. It was as if someone was deliberately trying to mask their presence, knowing that the sound would carry but not be easily traced. The alley was dark, illuminated only by a few flickering street lamps. Shadows danced across the walls, creating an atmosphere of eerie uncertainty. I reached the mouth of the alley and hesitated for a moment, my heart racing. The laughter had stopped, leaving only an oppressive silence. I took a deep breath and stepped into the alley, the sound of my shoes scraping against the concrete the only noise in the stillness. As I ventured further, I noticed something unusual, a series of crude drawings scrawled on the walls and the pavement. They were hastily done, with crude lines and erratic scribbles, but they were unmistakable in their intent. Each drawing depicted my house, the same house I had been living in, along with disturbing sketches of myself. One drawing showed my house surrounded by dark, menacing figures. Another depicted me, asleep in bed, with exaggerated, ghoulish features. The drawings seemed to come alive in the dim light, their grotesque forms suggesting a malevolent intent. The final drawing was the most disturbing, a depiction of me, tied and bound, with the words "always watching" scrawled beneath it. A chill ran down my spine as I took in the disturbing artwork. The alley suddenly felt like a trap, a place designed to lure me in and then confront me with my deepest fears. I turned around quickly, my pulse pounding in my ears, and hurried back towards the street. The laughter started again, this time louder and more mocking, as if it were taunting me for discovering its source. I rushed back to my apartment, my mind racing with thoughts of who could have done this and why. The images on the walls were not just unsettling, they were a direct invasion of my private life, a vivid portrayal of someone's twisted obsession with me. Back in the safety of my apartment, I locked the door and paced nervously. The drawings were a clear sign that someone had been watching me closely, and the laughter was an ongoing reminder that they were still out there. The sense of violation was overwhelming, and I felt an intense need to protect myself. The next day, I contacted the police and reported the drawings and the laughter. An officer came to my apartment to take a statement and examine the evidence. I described everything in detail, from the drawings to the eerie laughter. The officer listened attentively but remained skeptical, noting that the drawings were disturbing but not necessarily indicative of a serious threat. They promised to increase patrols in the area but warned me that without more concrete evidence, there was little they could do. The weeks that followed were a blur of heightened vigilance and paranoia. The laughter persisted, though it grew less frequent. Each night I would lie in bed with the windows shut tight, the curtains drawn, and the lights on, trying to drown out the sound with the hum of a white noise machine. I installed additional security measures in my apartment, including motion sensor lights and a security camera aimed at the alley. The camera captured nothing unusual, and the lights seemed to have little effect on the elusive laughter. It was as if whoever was behind it knew exactly how to avoid detection. The disturbing drawings remained etched in my memory, a constant reminder of the invasion of my privacy. I found myself looking over my shoulder more often, and my once peaceful home had become a place of unease. I couldn't shake the feeling that the laughter was a sinister game, one that was designed to unsettle and unnerve me. Despite the police patrols and my own precautions, the sense of being watched never fully dissipated. The laughter eventually stopped altogether, leaving behind only the haunting memories and the unsettling knowledge that someone had been so close, so intent on making their presence felt. The experience left a lasting impact on me, a reminder of the fragility of safety and the lengths to which some people will go to impose fear. I learned to be more cautious and vigilant, but the echoes of that distant laughter continued to haunt my nights, a chilling reminder that some mysteries are never fully resolved. Story 37. When I bought the old Victorian house on the outskirts of town, I was drawn to its charm and potential. The house, though weathered by time, had an undeniable character with its ornate woodwork and sprawling garden. As I began to renovate, I was eager to uncover its hidden treasures and make it my own. Little did I know that some secrets were better left buried. The discovery began quite innocuously. I was in the basement, tackling a minor plumbing issue, when I noticed a peculiar anomaly in the wall, a section that seemed slightly uneven compared to the rest. Curiosity piqued. I decided to investigate further. After some effort, I pried open a hidden panel and revealed a narrow, concealed staircase leading down into darkness. The basement I had been using was standard, nothing out of the ordinary. But this hidden staircase led to an entirely different space. My heart raced with a mix of excitement and apprehension as I descended into the unknown. The air grew colder and mustier with each step, and the dim beam of my flashlight barely cut through the thick shadows. When I reached the bottom, I was greeted by a room that seemed to have been untouched for decades. The walls were lined with shelves, cluttered with dusty old boxes and forgotten memorabilia. In the center of the room was a large wooden chest, its surface covered in layers of grime. My hands trembled as I approached it. I opened the chest slowly, and inside I found a collection of old videotapes, each one labeled with dates and disturbing titles like Session 7, and the last screen next to the tapes was a leather-bound diary. The diary was worn but meticulously kept, with entries written in an elegant, though somewhat erratic script. I pulled out the first tape and examined it closely. The label read Dr. Edward Gray's Sessions. My curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to play one of the tapes on an old VCR I had found in the attic. The footage was grainy and unsettling. It showed a series of people, faces twisted in terror, screaming in what appeared to be a small, dark room. The sound was muffled but unmistakable. The screams were raw and desperate. I felt a chill run down my spine. Who were these people, and why were they being recorded? I tried to rationalize it as a disturbing but harmless project left behind by a previous owner, but as I continued to watch, my unease grew. The recordings seemed to follow a disturbing pattern, and the cries of the individuals were more intense with each passing tape. I turned my attention to the diary. The entries were cryptic and increasingly disturbing. They spoke of preparations and the chosen ones, and phrases like "the next one" appeared repeatedly. The author seemed obsessed with documenting the fear of others and hinted at a sinister ritual or practice. My unease deepened as I read about the ceremony that involved making the subject experience their worst fears. The final entry in the diary was a chilling revelation. It mentioned the basement as a sanctuary and described the preparations for the next session. The entry ended with a chilling note: "Tonight, the next one arrives. The cycle continues." I felt a rush of panic. The realization that someone had been conducting such horrific experiments in the house was terrifying enough, but the mention of tonight made the situation even more alarming. I suddenly felt like the house, which had seemed so inviting and full of promise, had turned into a trap. I decided to leave immediately, but as I turned to head back up the stairs, I heard a noise. It was faint, but unmistakable, a creaking sound, as if someone was moving around in the house. My heart pounded in my chest. I quickly glanced around the basement, searching for any signs of movement. The old, rusty furnace in the corner seemed to groan under its own weight, and the shadows danced menacingly on the walls. I took a deep breath and made my way back up the stairs, my mind racing. The house was eerily silent now, but the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. Every creak of the floorboards and gust of wind felt like a threat. I locked the basement door behind me, my hands shaking as I did so. As I made my way through the house, checking every door and window to ensure they were securely locked, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I could hear faint noises, like whispers, coming from different parts of the house. It was as though the house itself was alive, its walls whispering secrets and threats. I called the police, but the fear that gripped me made it difficult to explain the situation clearly. By the time they arrived, the house was quiet, and nothing seemed out of place. They conducted a thorough search but found no evidence of anyone else being there. The basement was still locked, and the tapes and diary were untouched. The officers reassured me that they would keep an eye on the property, but I could tell they were skeptical of my story. They chalked it up to the overactive imagination of someone new to a house with a lot of history. Despite their reassurances, I couldn't shake the fear that had taken root in me. I moved out of the house shortly after, unable to live with the knowledge of the horrors that had taken place within its walls. The house was eventually sold, and I hoped that whoever moved in next would never uncover the same terrifying secrets I had. As I left, I glanced back one last time. The Victorian house stood silently, its darkened windows like hollow eyes staring back at me. The basement's secret remained hidden, buried beneath layers of dust and forgotten memories, a grim reminder of the darkness that can lurk behind even the most charming facades. Story 38. The first time Sarah noticed her landlord's behavior was during a routine check of the apartment's heating system. It was a chilly October morning, and the central heating had been struggling to keep up with the dropping temperatures. When she mentioned this in passing during a phone call to Mr. Lawrence, the landlord, she expected a standard response, a promise to send someone over to inspect it. Instead, he arrived at her apartment just a few hours later, looking slightly disheveled but intensely focused. Mr. Lawrence was a middle-aged man with a kind face that seemed at odds with the growing sense of unease Sarah felt. He wore a flannel shirt over a t-shirt, and his gray hair was tousled as though he had rushed to get there. Despite the apparent urgency, he appeared overly eager to chat about everything from the state of the heating system to her personal life. As Sarah showed him around the apartment, he remarked on how nice it was that she had recently adopted a rescue dog, complimented her on her taste in decor, and asked if she felt safe living alone. She brushed off his questions with polite, albeit puzzled, responses, attributing his behavior to a simple concern for his tenants. Over the next few weeks, Mr. Lawrence's visits became increasingly frequent. He showed up unannounced at odd hours, claiming he was just checking in to see how things were going. Sometimes it was for trivial reasons like asking if she needed any more light bulbs or if her refrigerator was functioning well. Other times his reasons seemed even more intrusive. He wanted to know how her work was going, if she had been out with friends, and if she felt she was getting enough exercise. Each visit left Sarah feeling more uncomfortable, yet she tried to brush it off as part of his quirky personality. However, when Mr. Lawrence appeared one evening, just as she was settling down for dinner, his behavior reached a new level of unsettling. He lingered at her doorstep for nearly an hour, chatting about local events and her plans for the weekend, despite her clear hints that she was busy. His eyes, though friendly, seemed to scrutinize her every word and movement. The final straw came one rainy afternoon when Sarah returned home to find a maintenance worker in her apartment, fixing what she was told was a leaky pipe. She had not been informed of this visit in advance, and when she questioned the worker, he seemed evasive and uncomfortable. As soon as the worker left, Sarah decided she had had enough. Determined to confront Mr. Lawrence, she called him to arrange a meeting. He agreed to come over the next morning. When he arrived, Sarah's expression was one of clear discomfort, and she didn't waste any time addressing her concerns. "Mr. Lawrence, I need to talk to you about your recent visits. They've been happening far too often, and I feel like my privacy is being invaded." "I don't understand why you're checking in so frequently," Sarah began, her voice steady but tinged with frustration. Mr. Lawrence's face fell, and he shifted uncomfortably. "Sarah, I've only been trying to ensure you're comfortable and safe. I worry about my tenants. It's part of my job to make sure everything is all right." "That's very kind of you, but it feels more like surveillance than concern. Why do you need to check up on me so often?" Sarah pressed, her anxiety mounting. He hesitated, his eyes darting around the room as if searching for an escape. Finally, he sighed and took a deep breath. "I'm afraid there's something you should know. I've installed some security cameras around the apartment. Just a few to monitor things and ensure you're safe." Sarah stared at him in shock. "Security cameras? Without my knowledge or consent? That's a serious invasion of privacy." Mr. Lawrence's demeanor shifted from apologetic to defensive. "I only did it to protect you. You're a young woman living alone, and there have been reports of break-ins in the area. I wanted to make sure you were secure." Sarah felt a rush of indignation. "Even if your intentions were good, this is not acceptable. You have no right to monitor my private space without permission. How many cameras are there? Where are they?" "There are a few cameras just in the common areas and outside," Mr. Lawrence explained, his voice growing softer. "I didn't mean to cause any harm. I thought it was for your own protection." "Regardless of your intentions, you need to remove them immediately," Sarah demanded. "I don't want to live in an environment where I'm constantly watched." Mr. Lawrence reluctantly agreed, though his expression showed his disappointment. He promised to have the cameras removed within the week and assured her that no recordings had been made. Sarah, though relieved, still felt a lingering sense of violation. In the days that followed, Sarah kept a close eye on the landlord's actions. She checked the apartment thoroughly, ensuring that no hidden cameras or recording devices remained. The removal of the cameras did little to erase the sense of unease she felt whenever she was alone. Though Mr. Lawrence was no longer a constant presence in her life, the impact of his overzealous actions left a lasting mark. Sarah found herself increasingly cautious, her trust in others shaken. She couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been intruding on her life in ways she hadn't fully comprehended, and it took time for her to regain a sense of normalcy and privacy. As the weeks went by, Sarah continued to live in the apartment, her interactions with Mr. Lawrence growing minimal. The experience had taught her the importance of boundaries and the need to protect her personal space. It also served as a reminder of how easily concern could cross the line into intrusion, and how crucial it was to stand up for one's privacy in the face of overstepping boundaries. Story 39. The apartment seemed perfect at first glance. It was in a quiet neighborhood with spacious rooms and an airy layout. I had recently moved in, excited to start a new chapter in my life. The moving process had been hectic, but the promise of a fresh beginning kept my spirits high. However, as I began unpacking and organizing, I discovered a door in the far corner of the living room that I hadn't noticed before. It was an old wooden door with a rusty doorknob set into the wall, as if it had always been there but had been forgotten. It was peculiar because it was boarded up with wooden planks, secured with nails that had long since rusted. Curiosity got the better of me. I grabbed a screwdriver and carefully pried off the boards one by one. The air that escaped from behind the door was stale and musty, as though it had been sealed for years. When the last board fell away, I hesitated before pushing the door open. The room beyond was small and dark, illuminated only by the dim light spilling from the hallway. It was as if time had stood still in that space. The walls were lined with shelves filled with various tools and implements that looked out of place in an ordinary apartment. Chains, handcuffs, and leather straps were neatly arranged on the shelves, each item meticulously polished, despite the layer of dust that covered everything. The sight of these objects sent a chill down my spine. In the center of the room stood a large, metal chair with thick straps attached to its arms and legs. The chair was bolted to the floor, and it looked menacing under the faint light. I felt a shiver of dread as I took in the room's grim details. My initial curiosity had given way to a profound sense of unease. The room seemed to hold a sinister secret, one that was beyond my understanding. As I continued to explore, I noticed a small, old-fashioned tape recorder on a dusty shelf. The tape was running on a continuous loop, its sound barely audible over the creaking of the old building. With a sense of trepidation, I leaned in closer and listened. The tape was playing a recording of someone's voice, pleading for help. The voice was filled with desperation, its tone breaking with emotion as it repeated the same words over and over. Hearing that recording was like a punch to the gut. The pleading cries for help echoed through the room, mixing with the ominous silence that followed. The realization that this room had been used for something horrifying settled over me like a heavy fog. The tools and restraints, the recording of someone's desperate pleas, it all painted a disturbing picture of what had occurred in this darkened space. My hands trembled as I turned off the tape recorder. I knew I had to leave the room, but the thought of what I had discovered made me feel trapped. I quickly boarded up the room again, feeling a desperate need to close off the horrifying secret that lay behind that door. I felt nauseous, my mind racing with thoughts of the previous occupants of the apartment and what they might have been involved in. I contacted the landlord the next morning, explaining that I had found a boarded-up room with disturbing contents. The landlord's reaction was a mix of surprise and discomfort. He seemed genuinely unaware of the room's existence, and after a brief conversation, he promised to investigate the matter further. In the days that followed, the landlord and maintenance workers conducted a thorough investigation. The room was inspected, and the disturbing contents were removed. The landlord assured me that the room would be sealed permanently and that security measures would be put in place to prevent any further incidents. Despite these assurances, I was deeply unsettled. I couldn't shake the feeling that the room's dark history had somehow tainted the apartment. I began to feel increasingly anxious, unable to sleep well or relax in my own home. The apartment, which had once seemed like a promising new start, had become a source of constant dread. I found myself increasingly isolated, withdrawing from friends and avoiding the apartment whenever possible. The sense of violation and fear lingered, and I couldn't escape the unsettling memories of that hidden room. Each time I passed by the now sealed door, a shiver ran down my spine, a grim reminder of the apartment's dark past. The landlord kept his word, and the room was sealed off, but the psychological impact of the discovery was far-reaching. I had trouble trusting the safety of my new home, and became hyper-aware of every sound and movement. The apartment, once a symbol of hope and renewal, had become a place of fear and unease. Months later, I decided to move out, unable to shake the traumatic experience. The apartment was left behind, and though I hoped that the room's dark history would be forgotten, I knew that the memory of what I had discovered would stay with me. The new occupants might never know the full story, but the room's unsettling presence had left an indelible mark on my life. As I packed up the last of my belongings, I took one final look at the apartment. The boarded-up room was now just a sealed door, a hidden secret buried beneath layers of new paint and plaster. I hoped that whoever lived there next would never uncover the horrors that had been concealed within. For me, the apartment was a place of shadows and whispers, a reminder of the darkness that can lurk just beyond the surface. Story 40. When I was assigned a new mentor at work, I was eager to make a good impression. The position was a significant step up from my previous role, and the prospect of having a seasoned professional guide me through the transition was both exciting and reassuring. My mentor, Greg, had an impressive resume and a reputation for being meticulous and driven. Our first meeting was formal but cordial, and he seemed genuinely enthusiastic about helping me navigate my new responsibilities. In the initial weeks, Greg's guidance was invaluable. He introduced me to key stakeholders, provided feedback on my work, and offered insights into the company's culture and politics. However, as time passed, his attention started to shift from professional to oddly personal. It began subtly. He would ask about my weekend plans, inquire about my family, and comment on my social media posts. At first, I thought it was just Greg's way of building rapport, but the questions grew increasingly intrusive. One Monday morning, as I walked into Greg's office for our weekly check-in, I noticed an unfamiliar, leather-bound folder on his desk. It was closed, but it had a personal-looking photograph peeking out from under the flap. I thought nothing of it at the time and assumed it was just a personal document Greg was reviewing. But as weeks went by, the folder seemed to become a regular fixture in our meetings. Greg would occasionally refer to it when discussing my progress or personal life, citing specifics that I hadn't shared openly. The situation took a more alarming turn one day when I had to visit Greg's office for a meeting that had been rescheduled at the last minute. As I waited outside his office, I noticed that the door was slightly ajar. I could see into the room and caught a glimpse of the folder. It was now open, revealing not just the photograph but a collection of other items, handwritten notes, printed emails, and to my shock, private photos. My heart raced as I realized that Greg had amassed a considerable amount of personal information about me. I immediately retreated and tried to shake off the unsettling feeling. My mind raced with questions. How long had Greg been collecting this information? What was his intent? I needed to find out more before jumping to conclusions. Later that week, during a routine meeting, I decided to confront Greg. I started by mentioning how I had noticed him referring to the folder frequently and how it seemed to contain detailed information about me. Greg's demeanor changed instantly. He seemed startled, then quickly masked his surprise with a forced smile. He insisted that the folder was merely a collection of notes and documents related to my professional development. He downplayed my concerns, saying it was a standard practice for tracking progress. Despite his reassurances, my discomfort grew. I started to notice other peculiar behaviors. Greg would appear unexpectedly at places where I usually went for lunch, and he seemed to know more about my daily routine than seemed appropriate. The once helpful mentor now seemed like a shadow, always lurking in the periphery of my personal life. One evening, unable to shake my unease, I decided to investigate further. I asked a trusted colleague if they had ever experienced anything similar with Greg. To my surprise, they revealed that Greg had a history of overly intrusive behavior with other mentees, although it had never been reported formally. This revelation was both a relief and a new source of anxiety. The next step was clear. I needed to gather concrete evidence. I carefully documented every interaction with Greg that felt invasive and noted instances where he seemed to have knowledge about my personal life that was not publicly available. I also collected copies of any correspondence that hinted at his overstepping boundaries. Armed with this evidence, I went to HR. I presented my case, including the documentation of Greg's behavior and the unsettling discovery of the folder. The HR representative listened attentively, though with a look of concern that mirrored my own. They assured me that an investigation would be conducted promptly and assured me of confidentiality throughout the process. In the weeks that followed, HR conducted their investigation. Greg was temporarily removed from his mentoring role while the inquiry was underway. I continued with my responsibilities, albeit with a heightened sense of vigilance. The process was nerve-wracking, but it was comforting to know that my concerns were being taken seriously. Eventually, HR confirmed that Greg had indeed been engaging in inappropriate behavior. They had found evidence of his obsessive monitoring and concluded that his actions were a clear violation of company policies. He was dismissed from the company, and I was offered support and counseling to help process the experience. Though the situation was deeply unsettling, I felt a sense of relief and vindication. The support from my colleagues and the HR team helped me regain my confidence and focus on my work. The ordeal served as a stark reminder of the importance of boundaries in professional relationships and the need to trust my instincts when something feels off. In the end, while the experience was troubling, it also reinforced my belief in the importance of speaking up and seeking help when faced with unsettling situations. I moved forward with a renewed commitment to maintaining personal boundaries and ensuring that my professional environment remained respectful and supportive. Story 41. It was supposed to be a routine shift. I was the office cleaner, tasked with tidying up after hours, a job that left me plenty of time to unwind and reflect on my day. The office was usually a quiet place after the staff had left, a stark contrast to the bustling environment of daytime meetings and phone calls. I had always found a certain peace in the solitude, a chance to escape from the chaos of everyday life. But one night, as I was finishing my tasks, I stumbled upon something that shattered my sense of safety. The discovery began innocuously enough. I was sweeping the floor near the break room when I noticed a faint outline of a door behind a stack of unused filing cabinets. Curiosity piqued. I moved the cabinets aside and found a small, inconspicuous door hidden within the wall. It was slightly ajar, and the darkness beyond seemed to beckon. Despite my better judgment, I felt compelled to see what lay beyond it. Pushing the door open, I found myself in a dimly lit room that had been completely hidden from view. The space was cluttered with old furniture and dusty boxes, but what caught my eye were the walls, which were covered with disturbing photos and notes. The photos were of various employees, including myself, taken from different angles and at different times. Each picture was tagged with handwritten notes that described our daily routines and personal habits in unnerving detail. My heart raced as I scanned the room. The notes were even more chilling. They were filled with cryptic messages and plans that spoke of purging the weak and eliminating the compromised. The language was vague, but menacing, hinting at a dark agenda that I couldn't quite grasp. The walls were adorned with red lines connecting various photographs, creating a web of interconnected faces and names. It was as if the room had been used to meticulously track and plan something sinister. I felt a cold sweat break out as I realized that this was not some forgotten storage room, but a carefully maintained space dedicated to monitoring and perhaps targeting the employees. The sense of violation was overwhelming. I had always taken pride in my job, but now it felt as though I had stumbled upon a hidden world that existed in the shadows of the office, a world where I was under constant scrutiny. Desperate to escape the room before someone came looking for me, I turned to leave but froze as I heard a faint noise from the hallway. My breath caught in my throat, and I quickly shut the door, trying to blend into the shadows. I peered through the tiny crack, barely able to make out the shapes moving outside. The noise grew louder and I could hear muffled voices discussing something in urgent tones. Panic surged through me. I needed to get out of the office and warn someone, but the hidden room had left me disoriented. I crept quietly back to the break room, making sure to avoid any sounds that might draw attention. The office was eerily silent, save for the distant murmurs that grew fainter as I approached the exit. Just as I reached the main door, I saw a figure step into view. It was one of the higher-ups from the office, someone I had seen many times but never really knew. They were moving deliberately, their face set in a grim expression. I ducked behind a stack of boxes, my heart pounding in my chest. The figure walked past without noticing me and continued down the hallway. I seized the opportunity to slip out, moving quickly and quietly to the front door. As I exited the building, the cool night air hit me like a wave of relief, but the fear still clung to me like a shadow. I spent the rest of the night trying to make sense of what I had seen. My mind raced with questions and scenarios. Who could be behind this? What were their intentions? And most importantly, why had they chosen to keep such a disturbing room hidden within the office? The next day, I returned to the office with a sense of dread, but the room and its secrets were gone. The hidden door was sealed, and there was no sign of the photographs or notes. I wondered if I had imagined the entire thing, but the unsettling memory and the lingering sense of being watched were too real to ignore. I reported the incident to the authorities, but my claims were met with skepticism. Without concrete evidence or witnesses, it was difficult to convince them of the existence of a hidden room or the sinister plans I had discovered. The investigation yielded no results, and the office resumed its normal routine, as if nothing had happened. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was still being watched. The paranoia that had begun that night never fully left me. I became hyper-aware of my surroundings, noticing every glance and every whisper as potential threats. The office, once a familiar and comforting place, now felt like a trap. Months passed, and while the intensity of my fear diminished, the memory of that night remained etched in my mind. I had hoped to find some sense of closure or justice, but the reality was that the dark secrets of that hidden room remained buried, and I had to accept that some mysteries were too dangerous to unravel. Despite the fear and the uncertainty, I continued with my life, always looking over my shoulder and remaining vigilant. The hidden room had revealed a dark undercurrent to the seemingly mundane world of office life, a reminder that sometimes the most terrifying threats come from places we least expect. Story 42. The day had been exhausting. Meetings dragged on, paperwork piled up, and by the time I got home, I was ready to collapse into bed. The sun had already set, and the dim light from the street lamps outside cast long shadows across the living room floor. I tossed my keys onto the kitchen counter and made my way to the couch, eager to unwind. As I sat down and kicked off my shoes, I noticed an envelope on the coffee table. It was an ordinary white envelope, but it was oddly out of place. There was no return address, no name, just a simple, unmarked piece of paper. My heart quickened as I reached for it, my fingers trembling slightly. The only sound in the room was the faint hum of the refrigerator. I carefully opened the envelope and pulled out a single photograph. At first glance, it seemed like a normal picture, just a snapshot of my front yard. But then the cold grip of unease settled over me as I realized the photo was taken from a vantage point that suggested someone had been standing right outside my house. My own home looked almost too familiar in the picture, but it was the message written on the back that made my blood run cold. I see everything. The words were scrawled in a shaky, uneven hand, and they seemed to pulse with a disturbing sense of menace. My breath caught in my throat as I stared at the message. Who could have sent this? What did they mean by I see everything? I scanned the photo again, trying to identify any unusual details. There was nothing particularly alarming about the yard itself, just the neat flower beds, a well-trimmed lawn, and the porch light glowing softly. But the more I looked at it, the more I felt the photograph was imbued with a sense of intrusion. It was as if someone had been lurking just out of sight, watching me without my knowledge. The house, which had always felt like a safe haven, suddenly felt vulnerable and exposed. I began to replay the events of the past few days, searching for any signs that might explain who could have sent the photograph. Had I seen anyone loitering around the neighborhood? Had I noticed any unfamiliar faces? But everything seemed normal, no strange encounters, no peculiar behavior. I tried to shake off the unsettling feeling, convincing myself that it was probably a prank or a misguided attempt at intimidation. But as the days passed, the photograph and the cryptic message continued to gnaw at me. The sense of being watched grew stronger, and every little noise in the house seemed amplified in the silence of the night. I began to check the locks on my doors more frequently, double-checking the windows to ensure they were secure. I even went so far as to install motion-activated lights around the perimeter of the house, hoping that if someone was watching, they'd be deterred by the sudden burst of light. One evening, as I was finishing dinner, I noticed something odd through the window. The motion-activated lights in the backyard flickered on. I went to the window and saw nothing out of the ordinary. The yard was empty, save for the rustling leaves and the distant hum of traffic. I tried to convince myself it was just the wind or a small animal setting off the sensors, but the feeling of paranoia remained. The photograph had become a constant presence in my mind, a symbol of the violation of my privacy. I decided to take a different approach and went to speak with my neighbors, hoping to find out if anyone had noticed anything unusual. But my inquiries were met with blank stares and shrugged shoulders. No one had seen anything out of the ordinary, and no one seemed particularly concerned about my situation. Feeling increasingly desperate, I sought help from a private investigator. I showed him the photograph and explained my concerns. He took the case seriously, promising to look into it, but warned me that such situations could be tricky. He would start by conducting a surveillance sweep of the area and check for any signs of unusual activity. In the meantime, I continued to live with the constant dread that someone was watching me. Every sound became a potential threat, every shadow a possible intruder. I was becoming paranoid, jumping at every little noise and avoiding going out alone after dark. Then, one night, while I was lying in bed, I heard a sound that made my heart skip a beat, a faint scratching noise coming from the wall behind my bed. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just the house settling or perhaps a rodent. But the scratching continued, growing louder and more insistent. My hands were clammy as I reached for my phone and called the police. They arrived quickly, but after a thorough search of the house, they found nothing amiss. The scratching noise had stopped as soon as they arrived, leaving me with no concrete evidence to present. The private investigator's report came back with little information. He had found no immediate signs of surveillance or unusual activity around my house, and no identifiable suspects. The investigation turned up nothing that could explain the photograph or the unsettling message. Days turned into weeks, and the sense of unease slowly began to fade. I had taken every precaution I could, from enhancing security measures to seeking professional help. Despite this, the photograph remained a haunting reminder of the time when my sense of safety had been shattered. In the end, the mystery of the photograph and the cryptic message was never resolved. I continued to live in my house, ever watchful but gradually regaining a sense of normalcy. The experience had left me with a heightened awareness of my surroundings and a cautious approach to unfamiliar situations. Sometimes, as I sit in my living room, I catch myself glancing towards the window, half expecting to see a shadow or catch a glimpse of someone observing me. The photograph and its chilling message became a part of my past, a reminder of how fragile the illusion of security can be. Despite the passage of time, the sense of being watched lingers in the corners of my mind, a testament to the unsettling power of an anonymous threat. Story 43. It was one of those peaceful, quiet nights where the only sound was the occasional rustle of leaves outside my window. The moonlight filtered through the curtains, casting gentle patterns on the floor. I had just settled into bed with a book, hoping to unwind after a long day, when I noticed something peculiar. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a shadow moving outside my window. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light or perhaps the shifting branches of a tree. The shadow seemed to dance and flicker, but when I focused on it, it vanished. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. I was tired, and the day's stress might have been manifesting itself in strange ways. But the shadow returned, this time more defined and persistent. It was a dark silhouette moving slowly across the window, as if something or someone was lurking just outside. My heart began to race. I peered through the window, trying to make out what it was, but the moonlight was too weak, and the shadow was too elusive. I convinced myself it was probably an animal, maybe a stray cat or a raccoon, and I tried to ignore it. I turned back to my book, though I couldn't focus on the words. My mind kept drifting back to that unsettling shadow, which seemed to move with a deliberate, almost intelligent quality. Then, it happened. The shadow started tapping on the glass. The sound was soft at first, a faint rapping that could have been easily dismissed if it wasn't so perfectly timed with the shadow's movements. Tap, tap, tap. It was rhythmic and insistent, each tap a sharp reminder that something was outside my window. My pulse quickened. I hesitated, caught between the urge to investigate and the fear of what I might find. I grabbed a flashlight from my bedside table and made my way to the window. The tapping continued, steady and unrelenting. I drew the curtains back cautiously and opened the window, peering into the darkness outside. The night was still. The area around my house was deserted, with no sign of movement. I leaned out, scanning the yard and the surrounding shadows, but there was no one there. The tapping had stopped as soon as I had opened the window, leaving only the sound of the night breeze and the distant hum of insects. I shut the window and locked it, my hands trembling slightly. I tried to convince myself that it had been a figment of my imagination or a trick of the wind. I returned to bed, though sleep eluded me. The feeling of being watched persisted, a heavy weight pressing down on me. The following nights were filled with a growing sense of unease. Each time I settled into bed, I would catch myself glancing toward the window, half expecting to see that shadow reappear. The tapping had not returned, but the sensation of being observed never left me. I felt as though invisible eyes were always watching, waiting. One night, unable to bear the tension any longer, I decided to check the area around my house again. I grabbed a flashlight and went outside, carefully inspecting the grounds. The backyard was quiet, illuminated only by the dim light of the street lamp. I checked the perimeter, looking for any signs of disturbance, but everything seemed normal. The grass was undisturbed, and the only marks I found were those of small animals. Just as I was about to head back inside, I noticed something strange near the window where the shadow had been. There were faint, smudged marks on the windowsill, as if someone had pressed their fingers against the glass. My heart skipped a beat. The marks were barely perceptible, but they were their evidence of something having been close to the window. I went back inside, feeling more unsettled than ever. The marks on the windowsill were a chilling reminder that whatever had been outside had been within reach, just beyond the glass. I locked all the windows and doors, double-checking each one to make sure they were secure. I even moved a chair to block the window, trying to give myself a sense of protection, though I knew deep down that it was more for my peace of mind than actual security. Over the next few weeks, the tapping never returned, but the feeling of being watched continued to gnaw at me. I couldn't shake the image of that shadow, the rhythmic tapping on the glass, and the eerie feeling that had lingered long after the window was closed. I considered installing security cameras, but part of me was afraid of what they might capture. The fear of discovering something even more unsettling kept me from taking that step. I tried to rationalize it, telling myself that it was a combination of stress and fatigue that had caused me to overreact. Yet the feeling of being watched persisted, and I found myself constantly on edge, scanning the shadows whenever I was alone. The shadow in the window remained a mystery, a dark and unexplained presence that had touched my life. It was a reminder of how quickly peace can be disrupted by the unknown, and how the feeling of being observed can linger long after the source of the fear has disappeared. Each night, as I lie in bed, I can't help but glance toward the window, half expecting to see that shadow return, a silent and haunting reminder of the night I felt truly vulnerable. Story 44. The old family house had been empty for years, its once warm and welcoming rooms now suffused with dust and a lingering scent of neglect. It was a large, creaky structure with creaking floorboards and cobweb-draped chandeliers that hung like forgotten sentinels. My task was to clear it out and prepare it for sale, a job that I approached with a mix of nostalgia and trepidation. The house had been in our family for generations, and as I sorted through its accumulated memories, I couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. The attic was the final frontier, a cavernous space filled with forgotten relics and boxes stacked high. It was there, amidst the clutter of old furniture and moth-eaten blankets, that I discovered a large, ornate chest. Its wood was dark and polished, adorned with intricate carvings that seemed to tell stories of their own. A heavy, brass lock secured the chest, and despite my curiosity, I knew better than to force it open. This was a family heirloom, and it deserved to be handled with respect. The lock was old and rusted, but it wasn't in terrible shape. I tried to turn it, but it wouldn't budge. I searched through the attic for a key, but no matter where I looked, I couldn't find one. The chest remained a tantalizing mystery, its secrets hidden behind the stubborn brass. As I continued to clean out the attic, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The house was silent, save for the occasional creak of the floorboards beneath me, yet the sensation was palpable. I I attributed it to my overactive imagination and the solitude of my task. That evening, after a long day's work, I decided to focus on the chest. I had found a small locksmith nearby who agreed to take a look at it. He arrived the next morning, and within minutes, he had the lock open. As the lid creaked upwards, a wave of musty air escaped from within, carrying with it a sense of foreboding. Inside the chest, I found a collection of old photographs and a single handwritten note. The photos were arranged in neat stacks, each one carefully labeled with dates and names. I sifted through them, noting their faded edges and sepia tones. The images depicted various family members from decades past, smiling and posing for the camera in various settings. But as I continued to look, a chill ran down my spine. The annotations on the photos grew increasingly disturbing. One photo showed a family picnic, with a label reading "They're watching us." Another depicted a family gathering, with a note scrawled across it, "The end is near." The captions were unsettling, each one suggesting that something ominous was looming over the happy moments captured in the photographs. The final photograph in the stack was the most disturbing of all. It was a recent picture of me, taken from a distance, as though someone had been watching me without my knowledge. I stared at the image, my pulse quickening. The photo was taken in the backyard of the old house, and it showed me standing by the window, looking out at the overgrown garden. My heart raced as I tried to remember if I had noticed anyone outside that day. The realization that someone had been watching me while I was unaware was deeply unsettling. Next to the photos was the handwritten note, its ink smudged and barely legible. It read, "They know you're here. Leave now, or you'll be next." I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead as I read the note. My hands trembled as I folded it and placed it back in the chest. The house, which had once felt like a nostalgic relic, now seemed to close in around me. The photographs and the note hinted at a dark presence, a force that had been watching and waiting. Panic began to set in. I quickly gathered the photos and the note, determined to leave the house and never return. As I packed my things, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The shadows seemed to move and shift, and every creak of the house's old wooden frame felt like an ominous warning. I made my way downstairs, the weight of the chest and its contents heavy in my hands. As I reached the front door, I glanced around one last time, trying to catch a glimpse of anything out of place. The house was silent, but the unease that had settled over me felt almost tangible. I hurried out into the daylight, slamming the door behind me. The fresh air outside was a welcome relief, but the sense of dread still clung to me. I drove away from the house, my mind racing with thoughts of the disturbing photos and the ominous note. That night, as I lay in bed, I found it difficult to sleep. The images from the chest replayed in my mind, and the note's warning echoed through my thoughts. I couldn't shake the feeling that the house held more secrets, that something sinister had been lurking in the shadows. I eventually decided to contact a local historian to learn more about the house's past. Their research revealed a series of tragic events and unexplained disappearances associated with the property. It seemed that the house had been the site of dark and unexplained occurrences for years, leaving a trail of mystery and unease in its wake. The chest and its disturbing contents remained a chilling reminder of the house's dark history. I never returned to the old family home, and it was eventually sold to new owners. The chest, along with its eerie photographs and the foreboding note, was kept securely locked away, a silent testament to the secrets that the house had held for so long. The mystery of the locked chest and the warning it contained would linger in my mind, a haunting reminder of the darkness that can reside within even the most familiar places. Story 45. It was an ordinary Tuesday morning when I received the unexpected job offer. I had been checking my emails while sipping my coffee, and among the usual spam and promotional messages, there was a job offer from a company I had never heard of. The position was in a field related to my expertise, and the salary was more than generous. I was intrigued but wary, so I did a quick search on the company. Their website was polished and professional, with no red flags. I decided to follow up, and after a brief interview, found myself accepting the offer. The first day at the company was a whirlwind of new faces and protocols. The office was sleek and modern, with an open layout that encouraged collaboration. My new desk was situated near a large window that provided a panoramic view of the city. Everything seemed to be going smoothly until I began to notice the odd behavior of my new co-workers. It started subtly. During lunch breaks, my colleagues would make offhand comments about my hobbies and interests. They seemed to know an unsettling amount about my personal life. At first, I chalked it up to coincidence or perhaps the result of a thorough background check. But as the days went by, their knowledge became more specific and disconcerting. They would refer to my recent vacation plans, my favorite restaurants, and even my preferences in coffee and tea. I brushed it off as an anomaly until one evening when I stayed late to finish some work. I overheard a conversation between two employees in a nearby conference room. Their voices were low, but I could make out snippets of their discussion. "It's almost time," one of them said. "Everything is falling into place." "I know," the other replied. "We've gathered everything we need. The final phase is starting soon." The conversation ended abruptly when they saw me approaching. They offered me polite smiles and quickly changed the subject. I felt a knot of unease tighten in my stomach. It was clear that something more sinister was afoot. Determined to get to the bottom of it, I started observing my coworkers more closely. I noticed that their interactions with each other were not as casual as they seemed. There were furtive glances and whispered conversations that stopped abruptly when someone entered the room. I began to suspect that I was the subject of their discussions, but I had no concrete evidence. One afternoon, I decided to dig deeper. I pretended to be interested in the company's internal projects and asked questions about the various departments and their functions. The responses I received were vague and evasive. The more I inquired, the more I felt like I was being pushed away from the truth. Frustrated, I turned to the company's human resources department for answers. I approached a friendly HR representative, trying to mask my growing concern. I asked about the company's background checks and privacy policies, hoping to gain some insight. The representative assured me that the company adhered to strict privacy standards and that background checks were standard procedure. I left the HR office feeling more unsettled. The representative's calm demeanor seemed almost too calm, as if she were hiding something. That night, unable to shake the feeling of dread, I decided to do some research on the company's history and its key personnel. My investigation led me down a dark and twisted path. I discovered that the company had a history of legal troubles and had been involved in several scandals related to privacy violations and unethical practices. The more I dug, the more I found references to covert operations and secret projects that seemed to align with the odd behavior of my coworkers. The next morning, I confronted one of my colleagues, a man named Derek who had been particularly friendly but whose demeanor had recently changed. I asked him directly about the company's projects and the nature of their work. He looked taken aback but quickly recovered, dismissing my concerns with a forced smile. "Don't worry about it," he said. "Just focus on your work and everything will be fine." His response only fueled my anxiety. I decided to take a risk and try to uncover the truth on my own. I used my access to the company's internal network to search for documents and files that might reveal more about their activities. I found a folder labeled Project Epsilon that seemed to contain confidential information, My heart raced as I accessed the files, only to find that they were heavily encrypted. Desperation drove me to contact a cybersecurity expert who had been a friend for years. I explained the situation, and he agreed to help me decrypt the files. Over the next few days, I anxiously awaited his findings. When he finally got back to me, his message was chilling. The files detailed a covert operation that involved the collection and analysis of personal data from employees under the guise of routine background checks. The company had been using this information for manipulative and potentially illegal purposes, including blackmail and corporate espionage. I was horrified. It became clear that my employment had been part of a larger scheme to gather and exploit personal information. The final phase mentioned in the conversation I overheard was likely related to the implementation of these sinister plans. I knew I had to act quickly. I gathered all the evidence I had and contacted law enforcement. They launched an investigation, and within weeks the company was raided, and many of its key figures were arrested. The full extent of their operations was exposed, and it was revealed that they had been involved in a range of illegal activities. As for me, the experience left me shaken. I found another job and tried to put the ordeal behind me, but the sense of betrayal lingered. The company's intrusion into my personal life and their manipulative tactics had been a stark reminder of the potential dangers hidden behind seemingly ordinary facades. I had learned a valuable lesson about trust and the importance of staying vigilant, especially when dealing with unknown entities. The anonymous job offer had led me down a dark path, but it had also shown me the resilience and resourcefulness that I didn't know I had. Story 46. When my friend Alex invited me to a game night at his place, I was eager to join. We had known each other for years, and our friendship was built on a foundation of shared interests and a mutual love for board games and puzzles. So when Alex suggested an evening of games and challenges, I was thrilled. It was supposed to be a relaxing night of fun and camaraderie, or so I thought. The evening started off innocuously enough. Alex had prepared a spread of snacks and drinks, and the living room was set up with various board games and card games. The atmosphere was light and casual, and we spent the first hour engaging in friendly competition with classic games like Scrabble and Pictionary. Laughter filled the room as we reminisced and caught up on each other's lives. It wasn't until midway through the evening that things began to take a turn. Alex introduced a new game, one he had apparently just discovered. He described it as a psychological experiment designed to test our reactions and decision-making under pressure. I was intrigued, if a little skeptical. Alex had always been fascinated by psychology and human behavior, so this wasn't entirely out of character for him. The game started with a series of seemingly benign scenarios. We were each given a card with a hypothetical situation and asked how we would respond. The scenarios were interesting but not particularly unsettling, things like choosing between helping a friend in need or pursuing a personal goal. We discussed our answers and debated the moral implications, finding it engaging but harmless. Then Alex revealed that the game had a second, more intense phase. He explained that we would be put into scenarios designed to elicit strong emotional responses. The objective was to see how we handled pressure and stress. At first, I was a bit wary, but I trusted Alex and assumed that it was all in good fun. The first scenario was a simulation of a high-stakes situation. We were told to imagine ourselves in a room with a limited amount of time to make a crucial decision that would affect our future. The stakes were purely fictional, but the urgency was palpable. I felt a knot of anxiety in my stomach as we debated our choices and tried to manage the time pressure. As the night wore on, the scenarios grew increasingly disturbing. One scenario involved a simulated crisis where we had to choose who among us would be sacrificed to ensure the survival of the rest. The discussion became tense, and the room was filled with an uneasy silence as we grappled with the moral implications of our choices. I could see the stress on everyone's faces, and I began to question the nature of the game. It wasn't long before the true nature of Alex's experiment began to reveal itself. He introduced a scenario that seemed particularly unsettling. We were given a series of dark, cryptic clues that led us to a hidden object in the room. The clues were unsettling and seemed to touch on personal fears and anxieties. The atmosphere grew more intense, and I could feel my heart racing as we struggled to decipher the clues. The final scenario was the most shocking of all. Alex revealed that the game was not just a test of our reactions, but an elaborate psychological manipulation designed to explore our deepest fears and insecurities. He had orchestrated the entire evening as a way to see how we would handle extreme stress and discomfort. The revelation hit me like a punch to the gut. Alex's explanation left me feeling shaken and disoriented. What had started as an innocent game night had morphed into a psychological experiment that pushed our boundaries and exploited our vulnerabilities. The realization that Alex had intentionally manipulated our emotions and subjected us to unsettling scenarios was deeply unsettling. I looked around at the other participants who appeared as disoriented as I felt. The friendly atmosphere that had characterized the evening was replaced by a palpable tension. We were all grappling with the knowledge that we had been unwittingly subjected to a psychological test, and the sense of betrayal was evident. In the aftermath, I struggled to process what had happened. I felt a mix of anger, confusion, and sadness. I had always considered Alex a close friend, someone I could trust, and the fact that he had orchestrated such a disturbing experience left me questioning his intentions. I needed time to distance myself from the situation and reflect on what had transpired. The following days were a blur of introspection and self-evaluation. I tried to make sense of the experience and understand why Alex had chosen to subject us to such a harrowing test. The sense of violation and manipulation lingered, and I struggled to reconcile it with my memories of our friendship. Eventually, I reached out to Alex for an explanation. When we spoke, he apologized for the way things had unfolded and acknowledged that the game had gone beyond what he had initially intended. He explained that he was fascinated by the psychological aspects of human behavior and had let his curiosity overshadow his consideration for our well-being. While I appreciated his apology, it didn't fully erase the feelings of discomfort and betrayal that I had experienced. In the end, the game night became a defining moment in my relationship with Alex. It was a reminder of the complexity of human interactions and the impact that trust and manipulation can have on our relationships. I learned to approach such experiments and challenges with caution, and the experience left me with a heightened awareness of the boundaries that should be respected in the pursuit of psychological exploration. Though the friendship endured, it was forever changed by that night. The unsettling memories and the knowledge of being a subject in a psychological experiment lingered, a reminder of the fine line between curiosity and ethical boundaries. The experience taught me to value transparency and trust, and to be mindful of the ways in which our actions can impact those around us. Story 47. The cafe was a quaint little place on the corner of Elm Street, with its mismatched furniture and the comforting aroma of freshly brewed coffee. It was a favorite spot of mine, a retreat from the bustle of daily life. On that particular afternoon, I had settled into my usual corner table, a quiet nook that offered a view of the street and a measure of privacy. I was absorbed in a book, the soothing murmur of conversation and the clinking of coffee cups providing a pleasant backdrop. I had just taken a sip of my latte when I overheard a snippet of conversation from the table behind me. At first, I didn't pay much attention, just the usual chatter, or so I thought. But then a phrase caught my ear. "Tonight's the night. We have to be careful not to alert him." The voice was low and tense, and the words seemed out of place in the otherwise casual cafe environment. I tried to focus on my book, but curiosity got the better of me. I turned slightly, pretending to be absorbed in the pages, but my attention was fully on the conversation behind me. The speakers, two men in their late 30s, were discussing details with an alarming level of specificity. They spoke in hushed tones, but their words were clear enough to disturb me. "The target's routine is predictable," one of them said. "We know his address, his work schedule, and his favorite hangouts." My heart began to race as I realized they were talking about someone who seemed eerily familiar. My name was never mentioned, but they referred to him in the next step, which sounded all too personal. The more they spoke, the more certain I became that they were discussing me. My daily routine, my favorite places, everything they mentioned matched details of my own life. I gripped the edge of my book, trying to steady my nerves. I heard one of the men say, "We'll need to follow him carefully. Make sure there's no chance of escape." The sense of dread intensified. I was the one being planned against. My mind raced through the implications of what I had overheard. Without making any sudden movements, I stood up, gathering my belongings with trembling hands. I had to get out of there before they noticed me. As I walked towards the door, I could feel their eyes on me, though I dared not look back. The conversation behind me had grown more frantic, but I couldn't afford to stay and listen any longer. Outside, I took a deep breath of the crisp afternoon air, trying to clear my head. My immediate priority was to get somewhere safe and figure out my next steps. I decided to drive straight home, taking the longest route I could think of to make sure I wasn't being followed. The drive was a blur of anxiety and racing thoughts. I kept checking my rearview mirror, half expecting to see a car tailing me. Every shadow seemed to loom larger. Every passing vehicle felt like a potential threat. When I finally reached my house, I was relieved but far from calm. Once inside, I locked the doors and windows and took stock of the situation. My hands shook as I dialed the local police department. I reported the incident, providing as many details as I could about what I had overheard. The dispatcher assured me that they would send an officer to check the area, but their voice lacked conviction, and I was left feeling uncertain about how seriously they would take my concern. I decided to take additional precautions. I set up my home security system, double-checked the locks on all doors and windows, and made sure my phone was always within reach. I also contacted a close friend, explaining the situation and asking them to check in with me regularly. The fear of being watched, of having my privacy invaded, was overwhelming. That evening I was on edge. Every creak of the house, every sound from outside made me jump. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that the danger was closer than I wanted to admit. I avoided turning off the lights, reasoning that the brightness would deter anyone from trying to get in unnoticed. Throughout the night, I checked the security cameras obsessively, scanning for any signs of movement. My phone buzzed occasionally with messages from my friend, offering words of comfort and checking on my well-being. Their reassurance helped a little, but the anxiety persisted. By morning, the police had conducted their investigation, but they found no evidence of anyone stalking me or any suspicious activity in the vicinity. They advised me to stay vigilant and to report any further incidents immediately. Their lack of concrete action did little to ease my fears. The days that followed were a blur of heightened paranoia and constant vigilance. I changed my routine, avoided the cafe, and took different routes to work. I even started varying the times I went out, hoping to throw off any potential watchers. My sense of normalcy was shattered, replaced by an ever-present tension that made even the simplest tasks feel daunting. Eventually, the immediate threat seemed to subside. The sense of being watched began to fade, though the memory of that unsettling conversation lingered. I never saw the men from the cafe again, and life gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy, though I remained more cautious than before. The experience had left a mark on me, a reminder of how easily our sense of security can be upended. I learned to be more aware of my surroundings and to trust my instincts, no matter how irrational they might seem. The cafe, once a sanctuary of quiet moments, remained a place of unease in my memory, a symbol of how a seemingly ordinary day can reveal hidden threats lurking just out of sight. Story 48. The morning sun pierced through the curtains, casting a soft glow across the room as I awoke with a jolt. My mind was foggy, and a dull ache throbbed behind my eyes. As I sat up in bed, I quickly realized something was amiss. There was a gap in my memory. I couldn't recall anything from the previous night. The confusion was unsettling, and as I tried to piece together the fragments of what might have happened, I felt a growing sense of unease. I stumbled out of bed, my body feeling heavier than usual. When I glanced in the mirror, I noticed several peculiar marks on my skin, faint bruises and scratches that I was sure hadn't been there the day before. I ran my fingers over them, wincing at the tenderness. It was as if someone or something had touched me with a force that left behind traces of their presence. Trying to shake off the disorientation, I went about my morning routine. I headed to the kitchen, only to find that several items were missing from their usual spots. My favorite coffee mug was gone, as was the small ceramic bowl I kept on the counter for keys and loose change. I shook my head, trying to convince myself that I must have misplaced them in a daze. The thought that something more sinister might be afoot was too disturbing to entertain just yet. After a hasty breakfast, I decided to review the security footage from the previous night. I had a small security camera system installed around my home, primarily for peace of mind. I sat down at my computer, fingers trembling slightly as I pulled up the footage. I hoped that the recordings would provide some mundane explanation for the missing items and the strange marks on my body. The footage began at 8 p.m., showing me leaving the house, heading out for an evening walk. I could see my figure in the video, waving to a neighbor and then disappearing out of view. The timestamp continued, and the hours ticked by until I returned home around 10 p.m. I looked relaxed as I entered the house and closed the door behind me. As the footage played on, I noticed something unsettling. Around midnight, a shadowy figure appeared on the screen. The figure was tall and indistinct, moving with a fluid grace that seemed almost unnatural. I watched in horror as the shadowy figure approached my front door, which seemed to open almost of its own accord. The figure slipped inside, and the door closed behind them. The next few minutes were a blur of dark shapes and movement. The figure moved through my home with disturbing ease, navigating the rooms as though they were intimately familiar with the layout. I could see the shadow rifling through drawers, taking items and placing them into a large bag. The figure's movements were quick, deliberate, and disturbingly precise. As the footage continued, my breath caught in my throat. The figure seemed to pause at the kitchen counter where my coffee mug and ceramic bowl had been. They picked up both items with practiced motions and placed them into the bag. I watched helplessly as the figure then moved to the living room, removing a few more belongings before finally making their way out the front door. The final shot of the footage showed the shadowy figure disappearing into the night. The front door closed behind them with an audible click. The timestamp on the video read 1:15 a.m. I stared at the screen, my mind racing with questions. Who was this person? Why did they target my home? And most chilling of all, why had I lost my memory of that night? I felt a cold sweat on the back of my neck as I replayed the footage several times, trying to find any clue about the intruder's identity or motive. The shadowy figure remained indistinct, their features obscured by the darkness. Despite my desperate attempts, I couldn't glean any useful information. As I sat back in my chair, the gravity of the situation settled over me. I needed to take action. I contacted the local police, providing them with the security footage and a detailed account of what had happened. They assured me they would investigate, but cautioned that without a clear identification of the intruder, it might be challenging to make progress. While waiting for the police to arrive, I tried to remain calm and focused. I conducted a thorough search of my home to assess the extent of the theft. Several personal items were missing, and some rooms had been left in disarray. The feeling of being violated was overwhelming, and the uncertainty of not knowing why or how it happened only compounded my anxiety. The police arrived later that morning and took statements, examined the footage, and collected any evidence they could find. Their presence provided a small measure of comfort, but as the day wore on, the sense of dread remained. I couldn't shake the image of this shadowy figure moving through my home, taking whatever they wanted, and leaving me with nothing but confusion and fear. As the investigation progressed, the police could not offer any immediate answers. The footage was useful, but the figure's anonymity made it difficult to track them down. They advised me to remain vigilant and to secure my home as best as I could. I complied, installing additional locks and taking extra precautions to ensure my safety. The days turned into weeks, and while the initial shock began to wear off, the lingering anxiety remained. Each night I would check and recheck the locks on my doors, and the sense of invasion never truly dissipated. The mystery of the missing time and the shadowy figure continued to haunt me, leaving me with a profound sense of vulnerability. In the end, the investigation yielded no concrete results. The intruder remained unidentified, and my missing belongings were never recovered. The only resolution I had was the heightened awareness of my own vulnerability and a newfound resolve to take control of my personal security.